All right, it's 8:02. If I could get everybody to start moseying to their seats. We got a lot to talk about today. If everybody could come on in from the back and we keep the lights on and we'll get this show on the road so people can get back home and get rolling.
Remember, it's 9/11.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Sam said, I got it.
You got it. Okay. Maybe.
Anyway, good. We're on the same page.
I thought about it this morning, too.
All right, if
I just figured it'd be a good thing to do that. Everybody just.
Dominic, you may want to slide back up somewhere where you can get closer to a microphone if you.
That's okay.
Trying to help you out, everybody, but. Well, before I get started, just a few comments, if you'll allow me a minute or two. I knew I was going to forget somebody last night at dinner, but our new, and I don't think he's here this morning, but I wanted to do it anyway. The new president of our technical college was also at dinner last night, and I failed to introduce him, Jim Glass, and we're excited about the job he's doing here in Moultrie and Thomasville and Tifton as well. With our technical colleges. Also just wanted to point out, as many of you know, Chairman Jay Powell has not been with us yesterday or today. We share Colquitt County together, so, but his father's not doing well, and he's spending time with him and being where he needs to be. So if you'll just keep him in your thoughts and prayers. But also last night when I went to bed, I thought about what today was actually going to be. And I thought about the people that did the same thing on 9/10. They all went to bed that night. They thought it was going to be a normal day, and they didn't return home. And so there's people across our country today that gave their life to save other people that didn't go home, that tables are empty. And I thought about, too, our country has almost been at war ever since then. Almost 20 years. And that's a long time. So I think we need to maybe pause for a few minutes and think about the people from 9/11. Amen. Real quick, too, I guess, before we get into the business, probably wouldn't hurt. We didn't do it yesterday, and that's my fault. And I know we've had a moment of silence, but I think we should probably have a quick prayer, too. So if you'll let me do that real quick, and then we'll get rolling. Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for all your many blessings. We just thank you for the freedom we have to come here today to handle business of our great state. Just thank you for the people that gave their lives today, tomorrow, and all the days in the past. Just be with those families as they deal with their losses today. Dear Lord, I remember where I was, and I know many people in this room remember where they were that day. Just thank you. Thank you for the freedoms we have. Be with this council as they continue to do the great work. Be with them as they travel home. Give them safe travels. Be with our families while they're away. Just watch over us. Be with Chairman Powell and his family. Just comfort them, give them peace. And in your name I pray. Amen. All right, let's get rolling. Deanna Perry, Broadband Director. Let's hear about some mapping. Sounds like a great 8 a.m. conversation.
A good topic, huh, for the first thing in the morning.
Yes.
But it is very interesting what we're doing across the state around mapping. Good morning, Chairman Watson and Chairman Jaspers and members of the council. I'm so happy to be here and thankful for the opportunities that you have given me. It's such a beautiful morning in Moultrie. When I left the hotel this morning, you could see the sun coming up, and it was just such a gorgeous view. I'm Dina Perry. I'm the Executive Director of Broadband with the DCA. I'm here to provide an update on the Georgia Broadband Deployment Initiative, but more specifically on the statewide mapping that we are doing. Last March, we completed a 3-county pilot that included Elbert, Lumpkin, and Tift counties. The objective of the pilot was to test the methodology of precisely mapping every home and business where broadband services were not available. As you can see on the map, the first line is the FCC map data. The second line is the Georgia mapping. As you can see, there is a vast difference between the two. The FCC maps vastly understates the unserved areas by comparison to our mapping. One of the reasons for that is their methodology. What the FCC does is that when they collect the data, they just do it at the census block level, and if one location in that census block is served, then they consider it entirely served. Our mapping approach is more granular. We pinpoint the locations, so that's why you can see a significant increase in the difference in the VAS and where the locations are. When we were doing our pilot, we had 100% participation in the counties, and what that means is that the counties provided us the data to develop a master address to understand all the locations within each census block, and then the providers provided us with the data for where they served. So we had 100% participation from the counties providing us the data, and then we had 100% from the 7 providers that were identified who provided retail services in those counties. So what we did, then we cross-matched, and then we determined where the unserved areas were. Recently, U.S. Telecom, which is an association of broadband service providers, they too did a pilot for Virginia and Missouri that was similar approach at the location level as we did, and their findings pretty much agreed with ours. They found that the unserved areas that was determined and reported by FCC were in fact served. It was about a 38% difference. So the results of our 3-county pilot confirmed that not only the map approach concept can be worked, but it also can be implemented statewide. So where are we today in completing the map across the 156 counties? Well, it's well underway. In fact, we're targeting a completion by June 2020, excuse me. And what we found was during our pilot, what we concluded is that if we changed the course in which we acquired the data, we could expedite the process. While we have more than 30 counties who have provided the address data, we discovered that there were many technical challenges to work through. In order to expedite the process, we decided to start purchasing the commercial data versus building a master address file from the county data. Now that's our initial mapping. We will look at going forward, we're collecting the county data as we refresh and update that data, but our initial mapping, in order to expedite the timeline, we chose a different course. Although there are many technical and cost challenges for the providers, all 47 retail providers identified across the state are participating. Currently, we have 33 who has submitted their data. We have 13 who are committed and working on it. Actually, it's 14. Since we developed this presentation, we have all 14 now that are committed, so all 47 are committed and some have submitted the data. This is a heavy lift to ask of counties and providers. It's very costly. There's a lot of resources. There's a lot of technical aspects to it, so it's a very heavy lift. So we're very appreciative for those that have been participating. So the team who is working on the mapping is CVIOG and GTA. So we get expertise from Bill Price with GTA, and Laura Meadows and her teams, and Eric McRae, they're actually doing the mapping for us across the state. So a lot of work has gone into where we are today, and there's a lot of work to go forward. So 2 other provisions of Senate Bill 402 was to create a requirement for the local comprehensive plans to include a broadband element, and also the creation of a broadband ready community designation program. To date, we have 118 jurisdictions that have adopted and updated their plans to meet those requirements. We have recently announced our first broadband-ready designated community, and that congratulations goes to Oglethorpe County, and Amy Stone's here, and I think she'll be talking a little later. But we're very excited to have our first community designated. What that indicates is expansion ready. There's 2 requirements, and it's to have an updated comprehensive plan and to have adopted a model ordinance to expedite permitting and right-of-way processes. So the grant program. This past June, the rules for the grant program were approved. The rules were developed after researching other state programs and consulting with their program directors. Also, collaborating with a team within DCA, GTA, and our advisory committee. The intent of the design of the program is to stimulate broadband deployment to unserved areas by incenting public-private partnerships. The minimum requirement for match is 50% with an opportunity to increase points if there's an increased investment. The minimum amount of funding per award would be set at $250,000, with a maximum being at 15% of the total funds available. The design is based on 3 principles: maximize number of locations, minimize cost, minimize risk. There are 6 criteria for awarding and scoring the applicants, and those 6 criteria are here. We have the broadband partner. As I said, we want to stimulate and drive partnerships, so there is a large allocation to the partner and how you develop those public-private partnerships. The broadband ready, that's the designation that I talked about earlier. Economic impact and social impact has to do with the locations and the number of locations, where those locations, and the makeup of those locations. And so then you also have capital contribution, capital cost, that make up the 6 categories. We're also developing tools to provide technical assistance to help with the project development. These will be used for evaluating the 6 scoring categories or to assist communities like Monroe County, that you'll hear about later, certainly Oglethorpe County, who have made a commitment to bring broadband services to the unserved area. So if you look and how we've broken these out. So you've got social and economic impact. As I said earlier, what that indicates, that's about the locations and the number of locations. So our mapping effort. We can assist in identifying where those locations are to better target and direct investment. Cost model. We're working to do a statewide cost model at the census block level, which will help us identify and help us do a business case evaluation against the number of locations and where those locations are. Broadband partner local government. We're also working to develop an approved provider list where we can assist communities and applicants and matching up the potential providers based on the assets and the infrastructure that they have in those counties. The goal of the program is to maximize state investment while maximizing the number of locations served. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here, and I welcome and be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, okay.
How does thank you for the presentation. How do you get on this page with 118 jurisdictions? Several of my communities are not on there, but I just want to know what initiative they took, how information they need to get on that list. Okay,
so local governments are required to do a comprehensive plan, and that's every 5 years. You can either update and amend a plan to include the broadband element, or it may be that it's time to update that. So the county government or a city would actually submit that to DCA, and then we review it through our planning department.
Thank you.
On the 7 things you listed on the slide earlier, it's on that one. What is social impact? I didn't catch that part.
Social impact has to do with the locations. And what we mean by that is that when you have residents or businesses that are not receiving access, we're identifying those and pinpointing those locations in our mapping effort. So if you propose a project that has a number of locations, Well, social impact of that is providing those residents with high-speed internet so that they can enjoy some of the applications that they may not without that internet speed.
So it's really just the mapping portion of it?
Right, it really is. It
identification.
really has to do with the number of locations and trying to connect as many unserved residents and businesses as possible that
Gotcha,
doesn't meet
okay.
the,
And so since you've looked, I'm sure, at Senate Bill 402 a lot, have you identified anything in it that, this council needs to look at to change or make it better, easier to accomplish, the expansion of broadband in our state?
I don't see anything that's in the legislation that would require a change. Initially, last year, there was conversations around the minimum and defining an eligible area as 25.3. What I can tell you is that we were ahead of other states. Now that I have been around and talked with a number of states and how they develop their programs, they were at 10.1, and they are actually changing and moving toward a 25.3 requirement.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Parsons.
Chairman Parsons?
I want to ask, appreciate what you're doing, first of all. I know it's a huge job. The mapping that the FCC did, that is a few years old, isn't it? Like 4 or 5 years old?
That's true. So that does cause a difference because the data that they have based their mapping on is old data, and ours is more current data. So that too goes into the accuracy. But what I will tell you is that there is as a matter of fact, there's a hearing today, a congressional hearing at 10:30 today on mapping. On broadband mapping. And so what the FCC is looking to do is to change their mapping approach as well and consider doing it at the location level.
Well, I wanted to ask you, if I may, now that mapping that the FCC did, they, like you said, they only, if one person in that census tract had access to broadband, that if one had it, let's say, I forget how it works now, if none had it, then it's not accurate. I can't remember.
Right.
I'm getting it backwards. But the raw data that they based that on, did they still have that and provide that to you all, or did all your mapping have to begin from scratch?
So our mapping is beginning from scratch,
Okay.
and the reason why is because we're collecting it at the address level. Part of the reason that drove us to that is the definition in the legislation about what an unserved area is. And Senate Bill 402 define the eligible area as an area that does not have access to a minimum of 25.3 service. So 20% or greater. So when you put the 20% and require it at a 20%, then we have to figure out what the denominator and the numerator is. And so the only way to do that is to know the number of locations in a census block and then know the ones that aren't served.
And that FCC mapping, now remember, if only one person in that census tract had access, and they consider the whole census tract as being served.
That's right.
Okay.
So if you had 100 locations in a census block and one had service, then the entire census block would be considered served.
Okay.
So we look at it, we look at the number, which might be 100, and then we see which one of those are unserved by knowing who served. And then that's how we develop our mapping.
I mean, I know it's got to be a tremendous job for you all, because I was thinking these, I think you said you still had 13 providers that have not provided the information to you yet. I can't remember what was on your screen there. Most of the providers of broadband in the state have provided you with the information that you've requested or need.
Yes, they
But
have.
there's still a number of them, or a few that haven't.
Yes, they have.
But I was just thinking, even for them, it's got to be a tremendous challenge. I mean, really, because they have to be thinking, well, this is what I have today. Tomorrow, it could be greater. I mean, it's a tremendous challenge.
Well, that's correct, and it is, and it's a big lift for them. And what I will tell you, of those 30 plus that have provided, it's the larger provider, so we have a lot of data currently. But there are several steps and stages in the process of getting it to where we actually have it mapped. We take the provider data, and then we do what we call a cleansing process, which really is improving the accuracy of it. And we do the same thing with the commercial data that we get. And then we match it to see, well, what's served, which leaves us with the unserved.
Thank you.
Chairman Parrish? I've got a couple of questions for you. If a community has become broadband ready, would that be a positive as far as the Department of Economic Development is concerned when they're pitching an industry
a community to a prospective industry. Would that be a positive, or would that eliminate you, if that's a question, they said, do you have broadband service and you're not a broadband-ready community, are you sort of eliminated in the beginning, or what?
No, so in the legislation, there was a requirement for actually two different designations. One is the broadband-ready community, which I just talked about, and that one is the one where you're trying to attract providers to show them that you have taken steps to streamline the processes of right-of-way and permitting, and that you have a community effort, and that you will, are willing to partner with them and give consideration and work together. Now, the site designation is what you're talking about.
Right.
So the site designation is where facilities or a development actually has at least a gig service at the premise that they can offer to that facility. So that is promoted by the Georgia Department of Economic Development. And we already have that program set up as well, and you can go on DCA's website to apply to get that designation for those facilities or those development parks.
One other question. In my area, Pineland Telephone, which is located in Candler County, and I live in Emmanuel, they have basically put fiber everywhere. And you can look on your map that you showed us, and it shows that. So what they need to do is make sure they're site ready with that designation. Is that right? So that would be a positive when they pitch in their communities?
That's right. So if you have facilities or industrial parks or developments that have access to a gig service that maybe Pineland or whoever the provider may be, that is an opportunity to get the site designation.
So we're talking about two different things, the community ready or the site ready?
Yes, there's two different designations.
Great, thank you.
Looking at this map, it appears that Chairman Corbett is a fraud here. Eccles, Charlton, and the bottom half of Ware apparently are unpopulated. I don't know how you got elected, buddy. But did I understand you correctly when you said that June 2020, you're anticipating completing this mapping project?
That's
Is that
right.
correct?
That's right. Now, what you see, if you're looking at this map, this is an illustrative map, and it is based on the FCC data.
I was just picking at my
So-
buddy. So, are you pretty confident that we have a lot of confidence in the mapping that was done in Elbert, Tift, and Lumpkin counties because we physically walked out there and saw these communities. Are you pretty confident that in the time frame and finding greater efficiencies that we're going to have as good a map with the other protocol that we're going to use now?
That we'll have the same outcome as we did with the pilot counties?
Yes.
I do.
Okay.
I do
Good.
think so.
Thank you.
Keeping in mind that, this is a one-of-a-kind mapping. This has not been done by any other state. It hasn't been done at the federal level. But what we do know is that there is a big push because everyone knows that the FCC maps are inaccurate. And where that is problematic is that those maps are used for funding purposes. So if you are considered served, and when you in fact aren't, you won't be eligible for those funds at the federal level. So there is a push nationwide, and there is definitely a movement among FCC. Through our mapping effort, we've actually, we were actually in conversations and collaborating, so to speak, if you will, with the vendor who was doing the mapping pilot for Virginia and Missouri. We also know that FCC looked at Georgia along with those other states. So it is a nationwide issue. FCC has already announced that they are making a move toward changing their mapping. When that will come, how long it will take, we don't know. So we're on the right track. We're definitely on the right track.
Anybody else? All right, Deanna, thank you so much. Appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Next, we've got George Imani? I know I probably butchered that. Yes, you here, George? Come on down. It's your day. You ready?
My apologies. Technology did not work with me this morning, and I drove in circles about half mile down the road there for a couple times, but
Yeah, if you'll get it, the microphone. Yep. We should have told you, gave you directions and told you to turn at the big shade tree on the left and go down to the cemetery and take a right, but glad to have you here.
thank you so much. What a beautiful building you've got here, and grateful to be here this morning. I understand I've got about 15 minutes. Is that right? Okay. So I'm not only a politician, but also a realtor, so I can sometimes go a little long, so I prepared a very specific little speech here, and then I wanted to leave some time for questions and just to answer any specific questions you might have. But good morning. My name is George Imami, and I am a Monroe County District 4 Commissioner. I want to thank Co-Chairman Jaspers and Watson and Vice Chairman Corbett for inviting me to speak briefly this morning. Monroe County is located in central Georgia, north of Macon and south of Atlanta. The county has a population of approximately 27,500 and is growing at a rate of 24% every 10 years. 85% of Monroe County's population lives in the unincorporated portion of the county, spread over about 400 square miles. Monroe County is within a broadband desert, including Morgan, Jasper, Lamar, Pike, and Meriwether counties, where broadband internet service is significantly lacking, primarily due to a lack of infrastructure. Within Monroe County, as best as we can tell, approximately 55% of our population does not have access to, I would say, high-speed internet, or a high-speed internet provider, satellite technology excluded. About 51% of all businesses within the county are unserved. Those areas that are served, especially in the more rural areas of the county, only have access to DSL. Some of you may be familiar with some of the challenges that go along with the DSL service, and many ISPs have deemed that antiquated and are phasing it out. But at speeds of up to 1.5 megabits per second with DSL, you may get access to your email, but forget about streaming Netflix or YouTube, or really even doing anything that, even service industry jobs like what I do for a living that require uploading and downloading photographs, for example, or larger file types, basically makes it impossible to operate even a small business. Many residents who have recently bought homes that had DSL service have found out after buying that the provider is not reissuing new service. Thus, in many areas, we're actually suffering a regression of service. And being in the real estate business, I've seen studies that show that not having or at least one ISP providing high-speed internet could mean a difference of somewhere between 3 and 5% of the value of a property if you don't have that. And we've seen transactions get to the day of closing or before, and if someone moves to our area from a more populated area, they just assume, just like power and water, that you're going to have a provider, and they wait till the last day or two of closing, and you find out you don't have internet, and some folks, that's a deal breaker. So recognizing that Monroe County has a significant need to improve broadband services to the county, the Monroe County Board of Commissioners agreed prior to the 2018 SPLOST referendum to include $700,000 as an internet capital outlay project to be included in the 2020 SPLOST cycle. The Monroe County Board of Commissioners is a diverse group. As I've mentioned, I'm a real estate broker. Our chairman owns an insurance firm. 2 of our other commissioners are retired from Norfolk Southern Railroad, and our remaining commissioner owns a heating and air business. Given our individual backgrounds, we didn't know back in 2018 what an internet capital outlay project was, and quite frankly, we're still learning what that means even as we speak. However, we are committed to improving broadband accessibility to Monroe County. We created an Internet Expansion Committee, which I chair. We recently held a standing room only public hearing with attendance of all major internet providers from the area, as well as our General Assembly representatives. And without a doubt, access to broadband services is atop the list of essential needs for Monroe County residents. We are encouraged with the recent General Assembly legislative action that will allow EMC and telecommunications providers to provide broadband services. However, given the size of not only Monroe County but other counties throughout the state, the infrastructure capital commitment is significant, and the EMC and telecommunication companies are progressing cautiously. I've met with consultants, internet providers, state representatives, and EMC representatives. We understand the key to expanding broadband to rural Georgia requires advancement in existing technology such as wireless, multiple transmitters and receivers, fiber optic expansion at lower cost, or even Samsung's proposed global network of 4,600 satellites. Looking back at our commissioners' discussions back in 2018, we were very naive regarding our commitment of including $700,000 as a SPLOST Internet capital outlay project. Those funds were merely a drop in the bucket for what it will take to expand broadband internet accessibility to the rural segment of Monroe County. However, we stand ready to partner along with our $700,000 with any viable solution for expanding internet to our rural population. I look forward to networking today with those on the Broadband and Technology Options Panel and others on this council that can potentially help Monroe County with our broadband accessibility issue. Thank you, and I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Question?
Sure. Hey, thank you for coming this morning. And so what's your pathway now? I know $700,000 in this world isn't a lot of money, but what if, when your boots on the ground, I mean, you commissioners know and can feel like you had a room full of folks talking about it. I guess what we would like to know, have you seen anything in the last year or two that you could recommend to us that might help you in working on this?
I do. One of the things that we learned later as we were trying to find money, and I'd originally asked for $3 million, by the way, but as many of y'all who have to deal with budgets and you never get what you want, I should have asked for $10 million, I guess, I don't know, and started there. But one of the challenges with SPLOST that we've learned, it would be hard for us to ever carve out funds out of our operational budget. So we lean towards SPLOST in hopes that we might be able to allocate something. Our goal was never to solve the problem with $700,000. We had hoped that by allocating that we could encourage one or more ISPs to partner with us, and that maybe we could get a 2-to-1 outside investment, to go along with our funds, and that maybe between private and public, we could get somewhere in the range of $2 to $3 million of participation. The challenges with SPLOST, as I understand it, the county has to continue to own the investment. So we were going to have to get creative on how we finance that and how we arrange that. given that we would have to retain some kind of possession of what the investment was, and so that was one of the hindrances. But the other thing we really wanted to do with that is to ensure that the funds were being used to reach people that do not currently have access. One of the things I have found is that as I go out there and try to find partners, everybody wants to. The first conversation is how do we get to the more densely populated areas, and in those cases we might already have 2 or 3 ISPs covering those areas, and that's not why I called you here. We want to get this service out further out. So that's another challenge that we've had is, and every company has to have their ROI, and they have expectations of what they want to get for their dollar spent, and it's sometimes a tough proposition the further out you get and the less dense you get, which is again part of the case for having some participation, I think, from maybe local and state at some point.
Did you feel that adding that to your SPLOST helped it pass in 2018?
100%. I ran as a commissioner, as I'd only lived in my area for 6 years. I ran on creating jobs, but mainly expanding internet. And I won 70-30 in my district against a gentleman whose brother and father had been a commissioner and a long-standing Monroe County names, good people. But part of that I attributed to the fact that folks want, they're seeing the need for internet. And if you turn the TV on, actually last night at my hotel, I saw an ad. The ISPs are promoting now the difference in speeds. There's the ad of keeping up with the Joneses now. Well, it's not just do you have internet or not, it's how fast is your internet. And so as we get more needy, the Internet of Things and having, 10 times the number of devices that connect now and that utilize the internet, that disparity between somebody that gets 1.5 megabytes download speed to someone like me, and I'm one of the lucky ones that has gig speed internet. It would take somebody a year at 1.5 megs to download what I download in a week, at gig speed. So, I'm sorry, did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. We share your enthusiasm, and I hope that as you work through this, you'll let your state representatives, you run into a barrier that you think that the legislature can help you with, because you may be on something new or different that no one else has looked at.
I have some good ideas, and that's one. I don't know if they have any legs on them. I'd love to participate in a panel of different people that have different thoughts, but I think that the model of what the EMCs had to do, and one of the takeaways from our standing room only meeting that we had, which Representative Dickey is one of our reps for our area, and we love him, and he's been very passionate and helpful. But one of the takeaways was we asked everybody at one point, there's 2 major EMCs that serve our county, and we asked how many of the people that were there at that meeting that night were served by one of those EMCs. And I would say over 95% of the room, almost everyone that was there that was not a county official or state official or raised their hand from one EMC. So I think the same problem we had expanding power years and years and years ago, it's interesting that those same customers are the ones that are struggling today with internet. So if we can find a way to reach them, that may be. And again, I have some other ideas that I don't feel that I've really fleshed out enough to speak to today, but I would love to have at some point get with a panel or a group of people to toss some stuff up against the wall and see if anything sticks. But
thank you for being here.
Chairman Dickey.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, George. And I think Chairman Jespers, your question right along. George has been very, very aggressive, and Monroe County has, about this. I think they are finding out feet on the ground about what issues we're having expanding the internet all over. They were, I think my takeaway from what George has done over the last year or two is that it's essential service. Those people in Monroe County just are really demanding and willing to put their tax money to work to try to do that. And also the challenge is the same type of community that committed tax money to save their hospital. George, how many meals, 2 meals y'all committed?
We did. We committed up to 1 mil, I believe.
Up to
yeah.
1 meal, and they have actually saved their hospital in that community. And so it's one of those real progressive communities that see things they need and go after it. And George has really been on the forefront of that. And I think y'all are certainly in the right direction. And thank you for sharing this with this group. It's dead on what we're seeing.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Representative.
Chairman Martin.
Representative Dickey's thought is, I think sometimes you ask for help with this group, sometimes government can get in the way. I mean, you have a government that's trying to help somebody. So my question of you is this, or help us with this, is if you have a community that's trying to do that, how can we multiply that by providing a base to support that? So for instance, you have something you have going on, is there a base? And I think the speaker before him talked about getting the information of knowing where we're not, where the service isn't, but to provide basically a base of support so that the repetitive things that you had to do, that you could communicate, that we could as a state through the various departments have that available to other communities so they don't have to start from ground zero again. Mm-hmm. We may be doing some of that already, but it seems like if that's a good model. If folks are willing to invest in themselves and the infrastructure in the community, then that's a good model across the rest of the state. Perhaps you could help us in the basic steps, the things that work well, things that didn't work well, and the things that you do better. You change the way and do it better, and we could provide a base model to replicate across the state.
So I think to answer your question, the thing that I could use the most help with right now is in unifying the voice of, and to be quite honest with you, we went into this very hopeful that by the time we had to spend those SPLOST dollars, we would have a plan. I knew that if we missed this 6-year SPLOST period, the whole world of internet would change by the next time a SPLOST came up, and so we went in and still don't have 100% certainty of what we want to do with that money, but we shouldn't. We're government. We need to and could use your help in unifying the voice. As a county commissioner, sometimes it's difficult to really grab the attention of some of the larger publicly traded companies that serve our communities with internet. Again, I don't blame them. They have shareholders that demand a return on their investment, and they have to spend their dollars where they have the most return on that investment. So I get that. But sometimes, we've got some ideas on how to do this. I think some of the ISPs are afraid that they'll open up something that maybe they won't be able to control. I don't know. I don't know all the reasons, but I think if we could, the biggest thing I could use is some help right now with possibly creating a little committee or a panel of how do we best use these dollars to make sure that we get the most bang for our buck. And I think that if we had a little bit of help and backing from the state that, hey, yeah, we want to explore this possibility, and maybe even just to kind of unify the voice of what we're trying to do, it would open up more opportunity. Some of the ISPs would take us maybe a little more seriously, and maybe we could get something done. So I don't know if that answers your question. We're still trying to figure that out.
I will follow up with Chairman Martin. Chuck, it's almost like you're saying, or just tell me if I'm right, that there should be another section on this bar graph that if there's local support, the SPLOST money or something, it would get a great advantage over a community that didn't. Is that sort of what you're saying?
Well, but yeah, but Chairman, yeah, exactly, but my point is, if communities out there knew there was knew where to start, I mean,
Sure.
we know where we want to go, but if they had a basis on which to build, it's just, I mean, I think this gentleman's done it, but would you say that the effort you're in the process of is overwhelming to start? I mean, there's a lot of things going on. So
Absolutely.
yes, to put a community involvement with dollars, but, you know, if we have that, if you pair that with a basis of a model of how to do it, a straw man of how to do it, it might make more people.
Well, I guess I was just adding on to what you were saying.
No, I agree with that, yeah.
They got a little extra check mark or something.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you coming. What you, what you described there in Monroe County is exactly, the story I've heard over and over again. I know that the council has also. I mean, if any one of those providers, if they had an assurance that they could get $1,500 a month, $2,000 a month from each person out there in the rural parts of your county for providing service, some exorbitant, amazing amount of money, that they would do it. I mean, that's what it really comes down to. And you've said that, you know that. I don't want to say anything negative. I hope you can do it. What I guess on a positive, I know that satellite has a really bad reputation, and I mean, it's obvious that it does. It's very expensive. But you had mentioned the lower orbiting satellites, the new generation. I'm just wondering, frankly, I know a lot of people would disagree with me. I think that probably maybe for rural America, not just rural Georgia, rural America, those lower orbiting satellites will have much greater bandwidth and less expensive to put in orbit. I think those may be the answer actually to broadband in rural America. But I'm just saying, what have you had mentioned it, so you must know something about it. I'm just wondering what you found out about it.
You're going to hear from, if you haven't already, from Paladin Wireless. Myself and the chairman took a trip to visit them. They offer a fixed wireless solution. AT&T has expanded their fixed wireless, which we're grateful for. My only issue with the AT&T expansion is it seems like that they have, again, overlaid into areas that already had coverage. So I don't, the answer, again, I don't have enough to fully throw it up against the wall, but one thought that I've had, and this is the part that I wish I could get some help expanding this idea, but we had and I brought this up at a recent commission meeting, but we had years ago, we had a private entity that wanted to supply water to a neighborhood that they were going to develop. And this individual or company, as a small company, offered to run 8-inch, pipe. I think it's like 2.2 miles just to get it to the neighborhood. They funded the entire thing privately, and then over the years, the county, as we've had more tap-ons, has written them checks back to pay them back for their investment. To me, my personal gut is that we're going to have to find a way to have private individuals be able to participate in funding this problem. And it may be, in my research, I've learned that there are some people who have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to have fiber run to their farm, to be able to operate certain equipment, or just to have access to, so if there are people in areas that are underserved that have, you put some of that stuff together, and those types of collaborative thoughts. In my mind, I'm not sure how we're going to fund it. We estimated that, and one of the ISPs estimated that it would cost approximately $40 million to fully fund fiber to the home in our county. I mean, that's over, that's over a year. I'd say almost a year and a half of our entire operating budget. So not something easy to do, nothing that we're going to personally be able to address as a county. So,
Well, if I may, just one more thing, and that is, as far as the fiber is concerned, I think the way that, you can help us, or anybody can help us, not just the council, but the legislature, and that is to find some funding sources to actually fund the money that can be applied for. I mean, we've got to have some kind of funding source for that to make it work. So, but I wish you the very best. I really do.
Thank you. You guys have really helped us with the passing of these couple of bills. I think you were really onto something with the EMCs. Thank you for fighting that battle and being willing to take it on the chin, if you had to get that through. We really appreciate it.
All right, George, I think that's it. We're going to keep moving. Thank you for your leadership and your community. Appreciate you being here. Next, we've got Steve. We've got more of a panel discussion, I think, with Steve Fortman, Eric Snell, Jonathan Britton, and Amy Stone. If y'all can start heading this way. These are some more of the folks that are on the ground that are doing some things locally and in their communities. Steve is the owner of Paladin Wireless. Eric Snell is the president and CEO of Georgia Public Web. Jonathan Britton is a financial consultant, and Amy Stone is the economic development director in Oglethorpe County. And they've got some things they're going to talk to us about.
Let's do this one, just pass this along, sorry.
No problem.
While they're getting ready, I know I saw Scott Hilton walk in earlier. Just wanted to recognize him, the director of Georgia's First Commission. Glad to see him in Moultrie, back there in the back. Appreciate having him down here to help out with all the problems that we've got across the state and helping grow rural Georgia, and good to have him down here. So just wanted to give him a shout out, and we're going to have a laser show, or?
Well, we're
Yep.
starting off, appreciate it, Councilman, having us here. I prepared a slide deck. Steven's setting up his toys, so he'll shoot the lasers around here in a little bit. I'm with Georgia Public Web. We've actually been around since 1997, although most of you probably aren't aware of us. And I want to be clear that the tagline there isn't a made-up tagline for you guys. That is actually our tagline since 1998. And that's been our focus to stop this from happening, right? Perception becomes reality, and that's something we've got to prevent. So as we look at it, that's really what's happening in the world today, and we need to be a part of that. So, and I'm just going to kind of go through, I know you guys have these slides, so I'm not going to walk through every bit of it, but these are all aspects of what's important about rural broadband, right? It's the same thing as if you were in Metro Atlanta. You've got to be able to do the same aspects, except the farming piece. But the key things are, how do you operate a business out in these areas? So GPW is actually owned by rural Georgia. So in 1996, there was a big telecom act that passed that opened up an avenue, and 32 municipalities in the state said, we've got to have rural broadband, or we won't have broadband, and we won't have a constituency in rural Georgia. So they created this opportunity, and they said, we're going to build our own network to bring high-speed optics out here into rural areas. So we're a nonprofit. Georgia Public Web is a nonprofit entity with 32 municipalities as its owners. Some of our customers, you'll see on our map, it'll look a lot to a number of you like PeachNet. That's because PeachNet does ride on the Georgia Public Web network. So in addition to that, we work with the libraries, we work with a number of the telehealth organizations, as well as the hospitals, but also we work with the ISPs, the carriers, enterprise entities. Our network isn't a small network. It is not a large network. We've had discussions with the large content providers that push extreme amounts of speed. But we do push up to 100 gig connectivity across our network. Now, it's rural Georgia, but we have entities that need 100 gig connections. That's substantial. So when you look at that, but we'll push from 3 meg all the way up to 100 gig. We also work with entities on dark fiber around the areas and internet access. You know, some people think it's a default that you have internet if you've just got connectivity. You've still got to get connectivity to the large providers to be able to get across the internet. Our network runs at 5 nines of reliability. Essentially, it allows for 10 seconds a month as a hiccup. Now, that's not even enough time to walk to the front of this building, but that's how fast these computers have to operate to maintain reliability for IoT, for machinery, for things like that. And then we've got other services that Georgia Public Web provides across the state. Again, I'm owned by municipalities, so a lot of municipalities will call us just to say, hey, let me talk to you about something. What do I do? How do I do fiber to the home? Somebody's telling me I should do it, should not do it. What's the right answer? So these are our member cities, and I know a number of you are from those member cities. We work with not just these 32, but we work around the entire state. This is a picture of our map. Now, I sometimes refer to this as our, I want to have a better name for it. I'd rather it be like kudzu coverage or something like that. It kind of looks like a measles map, but I want it to become across the board, right? We've got, the DOT has a great interstate highway. I look at this as this is our interstate highway. It runs all around the state. There are some spots it doesn't get to, but that's because this was built, funded, and constructed by 32 municipalities that looked at it and said, we've got to have this. We have to invest in our future, much like George is trying to do with his community. How much investment do we have to make our community better long-term? So when you look at this, and you look at Moultrie, you've got Thomasville, Camilla, all of these communities are pushing, they're doing their own networks in their communities. They're doing, or there's wireless ISPs in these areas, or there's internet, there's independent telephone companies that still need to provide services and get these services out cost effectively. Now, I don't include on this map any of our interrelations with AT&T and Windstream. We do work with them too, but if I do that, then the whole map gets covered up, and I think it defeats a little bit of the purpose. So that's our map. We are, I guess you'd consider us an open access network. We work with anybody that's out there. My job is the middle mile. That's what my expertise is. I get you from Adel out to the internet. I get you from Moultrie out. I'm not worried about trying to serve the community right in Moultrie. The community is doing a great job of that in most cases. They've stepped up to the plate. You know, George knows the local people. He knows that aspect. Let me just help George get from there out. The challenges that we see, we've got obviously it's about broadband and minimum broadband speeds. The mapping, Dina and her team are doing a great job. It creates opportunities for grants from federal and or if there's state opportunities. Those details and knowing the nuances are critical. Data is critical to this whole thing, to understand it. The CAF2, the FCC did a big push last year in what they call their CAF2 for underserved areas. That created opportunities. It was all won in the state of Georgia by a satellite provider called Viasat. And that's fine. It was won by them. The difficulty is Viasat has now gone back and realized we can't provide the service as it was stipulated in the rules of the grant. And the FCC is looking to give them a waiver. Now, to me, that disenfranchises Georgia constituents versus Idaho that might be having an EMC do their services. But in Georgia, that's what we're going to be accepting. For the next 10 years, if it goes through, the FCC is going to allow them to provide services substandard to other people across the country. Why do we focus on this? From a state municipality standpoint, it's about economic development, population, tax growth. The question is going to be, how do we do it? There's only so many people out there that are trying to work like we are, Paladin, what Amy's trying to do. How do we make this a win-win-win-win-win across the board? Everybody's got to give a little bit. Everybody's got to support the initiative to make this successful. Selfishly, I've got members that are municipalities in rural Georgia. I have to make it win. They've got to know that we're out there to support them and make it successful. From a state perspective, right-of-way fees are a killer. I know that the Georgia DOT right now, there's a $5,000 urban rate and there's a $1,000 rural rate to be on state highways. Let's be clear, the state highways are how you get from Adel to Nashville, Georgia. You don't drive on a county road to get there. It's critical infrastructure. But it's a 20% discount for me, for my business plan, right? If I'm in Buckhead or Alpharetta, or I'm trying to get from Adel to Nashville, it's a 20% discount. If you look at the number of businesses, which at the end of the day are opportunities for ISPs to serve, it's a 6%. In other words, the top counties in the state provide 32,000 on average customers or opportunities in their counties. In rural Georgia, it's 2,500. The businesses aren't there. So why can we be justifying a 20% discount on that right-of-way fee? Let's pull it down. Let's realize that to get from Adel to Nashville, somebody's got to want to get there. We can't be charging them too much. From a pole fee standpoint, we do work with the EMCs, we work with the Georgia Powers, but the pole rates are too high in several instances. I don't know if that's somewhere the state could step in to support that and maybe provide credits to get those state fees, those pole fees down. The other thing that's critical is a dig once policy. And I've stated it to GMA and all their members. If you're going to dig a road up, I don't care if the DOT is digging it up, put in conduit. Conduit's the critical piece. It makes it cost effective to come in later to build. If you're going to dig a trench open or dig a road open, put in a $1.50 piece of conduit and let it just sit there. At a later date, you can lease it. If the DOT wants to, they could come out and say, we're going to resurface this road, pre-lease it, pre-subscribe. Vendors will do that to get down that highway. If they can do it in a cost-effective means, that saves them money and allows them to invest more into these communities. From a municipality standpoint, they've got the buildings and the towers. There are state assets out there. You know, maybe there's an opportunity to create a better land lease rate from the state perspective to say we've got assets. How do we provide more cost-effective means to get entities into these communities? And then from a Georgia Power, from the power companies, they've got great highways too. They've got right-of-ways out there. How do we make it cost-effective though? That's what's critical. They don't always go right through downtown. They go 3 miles outside of Moultrie, but it gets me closer. How do I get down those arteries to get closer to these communities? That's what's key. And that's all I've got. So.
I'm gonna commandeer the microphone because I don't want to follow Stephen. I've seen his presentation before. I want to go ahead and get myself out of the way. I'm Amy Stone. I'm the Acting Planning and Development Director for Oglethorpe County. I want to thank Dina for acknowledging our broadband ready status. It's pretty exciting. And I want to encourage y'all to go back to your communities and get your communities to apply as well. The process was pretty straightforward, and there's no reason not to do it, really. So those of y'all who might not be familiar with Oglethorpe County, we're just east of Athens. It's 441 square miles and a population of just shy of 15,000 people. So that's a lot of people spread out, and makes it difficult for a return on investment from a broadband provider. So a little background about what we've been doing in Oglethorpe County. I'm really proud of our initiative and our progress so far. Starting back in 2013, our community, led by Chairman Billy Pittard, who some of y'all may know through, he's the president right now of ACCG, so hopefully you've had an opportunity to meet him or hear from him. But he started a branding process, which doesn't seem to have a whole lot to do with broadband, but he wanted to define the narrative of our community. And as part of that branding process, there was a lot of public input, pages and pages and pages and pages of feedback from the community about what was going on in their neck of the woods. And so at the end of the day, we ended up with a cool logo and a narrative and some colors that we used. But what we got, the most important piece, was all that community feedback. And a lot of it was directed towards economic development and wanting to develop the community to be prepared for businesses. And so in 2016, sort of reformed our development authority. It had kind of fallen by the wayside, so they reformed that. And then in 2017, they hired a director, and that was me. So we established a broadband subcommittee as part of our development authority, and that subcommittee came up with a strategic plan saying this is what our goal is, and then this is how we're going to do it. And the goal was we want to provide 25/3 internet to 90% of our population, businesses and residents. And we basically said we can't invite anybody to dinner if we don't have a dining room table. And so we can't go out and recruit businesses if we don't have what they need to function in our community. So our first step on the strategic plan, I liked the step, was talk about it. We set a step of we're just going to talk about this. We're going to talk to our representatives, and most importantly, we're going to talk to providers already in our community, but we're going to go and talk to some other providers. And some of that was kind of pitching ourselves, hey, wouldn't you like to come to Oglethorpe County? And a lot of them said, no. But we talked to them. And then we also learned a lot from those conversations, learned about some successes that they had in the communities where they were, and we learned about new technology like fixed wireless. And so it was very valuable, just the talking stage. So the second stage for us was gathering data. We knew if we were going to be spending any taxpayers' dollars, we wanted to back up why we were doing it. So we did a survey, a community survey. We sent that out in October of 2018, and we gave folks a couple of months to respond, finished it up in December of 2018, and we had over 700 unique responses. So population of 15,000, 700 respondents. That represented a significant portion of our population responding, and we were pretty focused on making sure that that survey was available to people who didn't have the internet. So although it was available online, we also had paper copies. We put it in our weekly newspaper, and one of the most effective was actually face-to-face surveys. We did the car rider line at the elementary school. I don't know if in y'all's community it backs up quite like it does in ours, but you can get a lot of willing people in that car rider line at the elementary school. And so that was a nice mixture of the population. The school board, the Chamber of Commerce also helped us distribute that survey. We did request address level data as part of that, and so we were able to map exactly where people were dissatisfied with their current service, and we were able also to map where people were willing to pay certain amounts of money. It's been told to me, and I think it's been illustrated today, that the lack of internet in rural Georgia is not a technology problem. If you have enough money, you can get internet to your residence or your business. It's a money problem. And so we wanted to make sure we were asking folks, how much are you going to be willing to pay to get this streaming level internet? So we took that data, we processed it, we evaluated it, we came up with a map, a heat map showing where the concentration of dissatisfied customers were, and we're also determined which providers folks really were dissatisfied with and some of the technologies that they were okay with. And then just recently here, our development authority took that information and went to our Board of Commissioners and requested $350,000 to fund what they called a pilot project. And the pitch was, this is our spec building. So this investment in internet is, I'm sure y'all are familiar with spec buildings, but this is our spec building in Oglethorpe County, is this investment in broadband. We think it's going to make us more attractive to businesses and improve the quality of life for our residents. So where we're at right now is the Board of Commissioners agreed to take $350,000 out of the general fund and give it to the Development Authority for the purposes of developing a pilot project. And so the Development Authority recently put out a request for qualifications asking for providers with experience in rural settings that understand communities that have a lot of topography, like we do in Oglethorpe County, and that have a lot of tree cover, which is also a challenge, to request providers to respond and show how they could provide service to 1,000 households and eventually, over the course of 5 years, provide service to 90% of our residents. So that's where we're at right now. That RFQ is due on September 20th, so we have our fingers crossed that we get some good responses to that and that we can move forward with making it happen in Oglethorpe. You got it? It's mobile.
Wow. Ooh, the gain is up on that thing. Hold on real quick. Very technical stuff going on. My name's Steve Fortman. I run a little company called Paladin Wireless. If you would direct your attention to that wonderful, beautiful map of the state of Georgia, you will notice that my town is not even listed. That is because it is very small. Royston is where I hail from. That's somewhere, oh, I don't know. I don't want my belly to hang out, but I guess up there somewhere. So we are far, far away from Atlanta. And did anybody know that all the internet lives in Atlanta? So every time that you turn on a device, no matter where you are in the state of Georgia, it's got to go all the way to Atlanta, and then it goes out along this thing called the Southeastern Internet Exchange, which sounds like the coolest thing ever. But when you live in a rural place and you're far away from Atlanta, there's not many paths going back there to help you out. And the communities sort of are left, I call it on a digital dirt road. They're left behind. I moved from a place called Dunwoody. I ran an IT company there called Pure Web. My office was at North Peachtree and 285, and I had good internet. We had 50 meg service from, I think, Comcast. We were cord cutters years and years before it came cool. And we were able to watch Curious George on demand. My son, who is now 8, he was 3, and that monkey helped me so much because as soon as he would start screaming, Curious George would play. He's happy. You have to have the internet for Curious George to play. Imagine my shock and surprise. I was like, I'm going to live in the country. I'm going to do a great thing for the family. I'm going to get closer to God and just be a good dad. And it's going to be awesome. And we had all these dreams of all the things, because I could work remotely. Oh man, this is going to be awesome. I even asked the real estate agent, real estate agent, is there high-speed internet available in Royston? Yes. Yes, she said yes. Oh, this is awesome. So we moved in, and for a geek like me, Thursday was when AT&T came. Am I allowed to say that? It was when they came to install. And I'm excited because I've got 7 different computers. I've got 4 Xboxes. I need Curious George. And I'm just giddy, the morning of this, here he comes, he's here. The dude did his thing and disappeared. And before I could ask any questions about the service, it was gone, literally down the dirt road, just smoke and dust. I fired up my laptop, I plugged it in. What's the first thing you think I did? Speed test. att.speedtest, whatever that thing is, .com, you hit it, boom. I wasn't even getting a meg. You know what that means, not getting a meg? No Curious George. Done. No, nothing. And then on the upload, it was 0.18. How could I work from home? How could I do any of these things that we were depending on, to be our livelihood, to make the money, to live this dream out in the country? All that now was in peril. It was perilous. So I was a smart, crafty fellow, so I bought another line, attached it to another business that we owned, and then I channel bonded 2 of those DSL modems together, and I got just about 3. So still not great, but at least we could kind of stream on YouTube and things like that. We had to get Dish or DirecTV, a satellite provider, which cost money. I ended up driving to Athens, and as crazy as it sounds, it was quicker for me to drive to Athens and work from the Chick-fil-A right there in Alps, don't tell them, and upload files, that Wandering Cow network, I know where every one of them are, and upload files there than it would be to sit from home. So I would have 30 or 40 minutes of dashboard time, upload my files, and then go back. So this is really impacting me. But what really hit it, just knocked it out of the park, is I've got a beautiful daughter. She's somewhere here, Zelda. She's over there. Everybody say hi, Zelda. So Zelda now is 22 years old, and she's got her life together, and she works with me, and she's awesome. But when we moved up there, she was in high school. And we were homeschooling all of our kids, and we were streaming the classes, which, as you all know, requires internet. No internet, no homeschooling. So we sent her to the high school, Franklin County High School. Well, Zelda, because she is a high achiever and very, very smart, she was in all the high honors, the AP, the accelerated, and she was taking what they call an academic rigor. I had no idea that stuff changed into rigors. At Franklin County High School, they don't offer the academic path. They offer early childhood development, and they offer agricultural, like an agricultural path, but no academic. So that means the stuff that she wanted to do, scholarships she wanted to go after, she wasn't able to. She had to change direction. But don't worry. You can take those courses online. What do you need? The internet. So the internet doesn't work. I started talking to people. How do they live here? What is going on? Who is your provider? Do you like your internet? Have you ever asked anyone, how's your internet? And just heard like, oh, it's great, it's wonderful, like in a rural area. They always say something like, it sucks, it's terrible, I hate them, I feel like I'm robbed, I'm getting taken advantage of, there's no choice, it's absolutely terrible, it's criminal what they do, and why do I have to call up there and enter in my number every single time when they should know who I am because I call every week? When your 5-year-old knows how to reboot the router correctly, you might have an internet problem. Don't tell Jeff Foxworthy. So, Amy, she hit the nail right on the head. She's like, it's not a technology problem. You guys got cell phones? This guy's on one. Somewhere back there, someone's on a cell phone. He's doing a speed test right now. Hey, man, hey, that's jam up right there. So I was sitting one day, I'm not going to tell you where, and I happened to look down and notice that, man, I've got internet, and I use Sprint. And every time I call Sprint, they are so happy with me because I've been a customer for like 14 years, and they're like, why? And I'm like, I don't know, I like you guys' service. But it works out there, and I was wondering, where is this internet coming from? Something magical is happening, and it turns out the magic was something called LTE, which is stands for long-term evolution. You guys heard of 5G? Are you about sick of it? Can I remove some... can I take off the shroud of mystery and just let you guys know that 5G is not for rural places? Because 5G requires millimeter wave band, which is very, very high frequencies, and those things can't penetrate water, rain, they can't penetrate leaves, grass, trees, and they can't go more than about 800 feet, which is why if you go downtown, you notice that every single light pole has got what on it? An access point. They call that densification. And in order for them to make that sort of investment, you have to have people. Got to have people. The other mysterious thing about 5G is it's actually just 5th generation. So right over there, in the time that it took me to come in, I have brought, I call it pop in a box, right? So pop, all you internet people, is a point of presence. So over there, I've got my access point. Now, believe it or not, this is crazy because I'm from rural Royston, Georgia, but that right there is a Nokia LTE FlexiZone BTS small cell 5G radio connected to an antenna. That thing is capable of pumping out about 768 megs wirelessly. It can go 3.5 miles. It can go through trees. We can shoot through that forest right there. It can't go over hills and down them. We put these things on towers, and we fix the internet with them. It's right here. It's literally sitting in front of you, so it's obviously not a technology problem. If I can figure it out, do you want to? I keep hearing it, ROI, ROI, ROI. I'm sick of it. The biggest problem that I have, and it's the dumbest problem on the earth, when what we do is so critical, is boiling it down to return on investment for who? What about for our kids? What about for the other Zeldas that are out there? What about for people that want to work from home? When I turn internet on in a community, people start working from home. Did you know that Amazon won't let you work as one of those overflow operators if your internet is not of a certain quality? AT&T, hundreds of billions of dollars a year. They can't do it in my town. Me, We can do it. I had a guy, he's a vet. He's got a traumatic brain injury. He was living in the VA hospital over there in South Carolina because he had to be monitored by equipment to make sure he was going to be alive so the doctors could see him. He could not live at home because the incumbent provider was unable to provide a circuit that was stable enough for him to do so. Why is it up to me to fix this on my own budget with my own money? Everybody should be pitching in. This is one of the biggest critical problems facing us right now. It's ridiculous. I go to a bank to ask for money, and we all heard it. Oh, what does it do for economic development? A lot. He keeps saying it's the third leg. What are the other two legs? Do you know? Nobody knows. It's a mystery. But I do know that it's a third leg of economic development. If it's so important, and we can all agree that there are other ways to measure return on investment, what about our kids' future? You guys, last month, you heard the story where the dude was talking about, oh, we put Verizon jetpacks in school buses and parked the school buses around the county so the students could get close enough so they can do their homework. That is ridiculous. It's 2019. There is internet in space. I'm not talking about Elon Musk. I'm talking about that ISS thing. Are we going to wait for Elon Musk to fix our internet problem? He doesn't live here. Are we going to wait for Windstream to fix it? They don't live here. No offense, guys. We live here. This is a community problem. And so what happens is, I love it. She's like, let's talk. Let's talk about it. So here we are. We're talking. We now know there is a problem. We agree that there's a problem. I guarantee you that there is a solution to fix it. And the way that we fixed it in Royston, Franklin Springs, Cannon, Georgia, Bowersville, soon to be Elberton, Bowman, Danielsville, is through these setups right here. We can cover a square mile with 25 by 3 or better service for $6,500. Think about that. When you're running fiber up and down the streets, and then they get to a bridge and they're like, oh man, how do we get across the bridge? Well, we're done. It's just going to stay there for 20 years. Well, why don't you use a little thing like that? You see that little clear plastic thing on the top of that pole? That is called a street hopper. This little guy, free space optics. It's the fiber without the cable. So this thing could sit on one side of a bridge, and then you put another one on the other side of the bridge, and it can do almost a terabit worth of bandwidth transfer between the two of them. That's insane. So there's solutions out there that could make all this silliness stop, but it is, do we want to? You can't tell me that AT&T wants to. Man, the CAF, they got $130-some million to spend here in Georgia, and what are they doing? They're building a wireless network just like I build, but they're putting it on their 4G network, which is for coverage, not capacity, and they're only offering 10 meg plans with 1 meg on the upload. How is that going to solve the broadband problem in rural communities? Or Viasat, that makes me so mad I could spit. Me and Eric spent a lot of time making maps. I'm talking crazy maps. Crazy maps, I know, I probably make you guys really nervous because I know almost the number of all the rooftops of every building in about 30 rural Georgia counties. We use this thing called LiDAR mapping, and then we sit there and we count. And with our eyeballs, we go, is that a house, a pole barn, a silo? You think they need internet at that poultry house? And we do that, and we're trying to figure out where all these things are because that's the way these programs are. They want to break everything down to census tract, and that's just silly. It needs to be broken down to community because you get census tracts, and then half the community is excluded because the census tract is outside of it or only encompasses one part of it. We spend all that time. We're the local muscle. We're the ones that have been investing in our community. We're the ones that have been fixing it. We know where places like Oglethorpe is. I've been there. There's a lot of trees. Monroe County, Georgia, I drive the wheels off of my truck talking to anyone that'll listen about how to fix this in their community, and we always get stuck on the money. Even with the broadband ready to community thing, there's no money yet. So what happens? Another year, another cycle, another group of seniors that are graduating that may not have all the access to the information that they need to remain competitive in today's society. This side of the room, we're going to take a test. From you on down, you guys will get to have access to all the notes, all the study materials, the books, everything. This side of the room, you don't. You don't get to have any of that access. Now, when I give you the test, which side is going to do better? Well, there you know. You ruined my word picture. Well, you know, outside, here, we'll slide you over here. But obviously, it's going to be the side with access to information. To me, that's the return on investment that we should be focusing on. It's sad. Georgia's got the 3rd largest rural school population in the state. It's sad when the best that we can come up with is putting Wi-Fi jetpacks on school buses and parking them. Like, come on, y'all. We can do this. And it's frustrating for someone like me who's gone through all the programs, Small Business Development Council, Carl Vinson, GARJA. Anybody know anything about GARJA? Yeah, well, okay. Well, did you know that when you apply for that stuff, that those people sometimes want to take over your business? Did y'all know that when y'all made that plan, that sometimes the people that you apply to, the term sheet that you get, they want maybe even a controlling interest in your business to get a loan thing that you guys set up to help rural businesses like me spur economic development? What kind of crazy malarkey is that? It makes me angry. I go to a bank. I'm like, hey, Mr. Bank Man, I want to buy 10 of those things that cost about $15,000 a pop. I can't use those as collateral because I put them on top of a tower. And I guess they don't like to climb in case something goes wrong. We need to repo that. Well, it's 250 feet up that way. But if farmer, he can get a bank loan on a tractor, and then the tractor is the collateral. For me, I have to have a 1-to-1 match on property. And guess what? I don't. I've literally spent everything fixing the internet in my community because it's something I believe in. And it's something that Amy believes in, and Eric, and I mean, that's the literally best kept secret in the entire state of Georgia, that is still a surprise that we have a complete statewide multi-gig fiber network. It's even got that sonnet thing, the self whatever, healing. Very fancy. But why don't we know about that? They're talking about access to infrastructure. Man, give me a break. There's infrastructure out there. You just have to know where to look. I would like to get everybody on the same page. Like, the takeaway today is we've been talking about this problem for a long time. Kids are graduating. Like, if you are an employer and you are aware of the skills gap that we have to deal with in rural communities, it's hard. This is stuff that can be fixed. It's a fixable problem, and it's something that's easy to fix. And you can, like, point back and go, did we fix the internet? Well, I don't know. Run a speed test. Yeah, we fixed the internet. Move along. Thank you.
What's your phone number and email address?
I brought a bunch of business cards. I'll pass them out like candy later.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jonathan Britton. I am a self-employed consultant. I have been working with Steve and Paladin Wireless for the last several months in 2019 to help him solve this problem of bringing his business and internet to rural Georgia. Have learned a lot about his business. I don't have a huge speech, but just a quick introduction about myself, and then we can get into the questions that we wanted to answer today. But like Steve mentioned, one of the largest problems for Paladin and really any small business in a rural community is access to certain resources, whether that's talent, assets, or even capital. And so I have been working with him to put a few things together to help him fundraise, whether that's through a channel like GARJA or otherwise. And I can tell you that my background, which is in much larger businesses, middle market, large cap, investment banking, that even a small business like Paladin Wireless is has a high ability to be profitable and provide a return on investment to private capital providers. And so that is part of the story that I've been helping him tell, and reach out to certain capital providers, capital alliances, other types of organizations, whether that's in industry or a private equity group, or in many cases venture capital, for a business like Steve's and Paladin Wireless isn't as available as it might be for tech and software. Because Paladin is a little bit more early stage, the availability to capital is a challenge. There isn't a lot of venture capital looking at telecom in particular. Private equity groups look at much larger businesses than Paladin, and traditional, local, regional, national banks, like Steve mentioned, want one-to-one collateral and a very specific type of collateral as well. So as a result, it's provided a challenge on seeking an appropriate channel to properly capitalize the business. So that's kind of what I've been helping him do and solving that problem, putting the message together, putting kind of a an ROI model, kind of modeling out the business, putting a deck together that tells the story of Paladin and the value that it can provide for its community, but also an ROI for an investor that's willing to take a chance on a relatively small business, an early stage business. So despite that, Paladin is a business with over 500 subscribers, as well as a number of partnerships in place, one of which is with Georgia Public Web and Oglethorpe. And there are a number of partnerships that are in discussions with a handful of other counties. So it is a model that is proven in its current markets, which right now is the Tri-County area around Royston. So a lot of the kind of puzzle pieces are in place and proven out today. And so the challenge today is really just finding a capital provider or another partner like an Oglethorpe, for example, that is willing to go down that path and partner with Paladin. Ultimately, GPW and Oglethorpe, the economics of the agreements, which look very different than each other, with Paladin will ultimately be very, very profitable and provide a very high return to both organizations. So it is there. I'm happy to talk about that in much more detail. I'm very familiar with the economics and, getting into the deep weeds of Paladin or even another, telecom business that, might be of interest. But so that's who I am, and that's a little bit about what I've been doing. And just Steve invited me to be a part of this panel today to provide another perspective from maybe somebody that's been in the finance industry, since this has been a little bit of a challenge for Paladin. So just kind of providing another level of assurance on saying, hey, this is a profitable business. In fact, has a lot of very strong qualities that many investors will be interested in once they get to a certain size and scale, which is probably if they were appropriately capitalized today, 2 or 3 years down the road from today, Paladin will be a very strong candidate for even some of the more sophisticated private equity groups. Even it's just getting them to a certain size that gets them to a point that fits in to a certain mandate of these groups. So that's all I have to say. Introduction about myself and why I'm here, and providing another level of assurance, and happy to answer any other questions that we're here to answer today.
Okay, we'll try to be quick. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy, you have got to be the smartest presenter that we've heard on the Rural Development Council. I would hate to follow Steve as well. Wish Steve would just tell us what he thinks, not sugarcoat it. One of the things that we talked about before, Steve, in this part of the state, there are a lot of towers that farmers own that has got this this little antenna at the top that we drive our tractors by. And you'll see them dotted all through southwest Georgia. And we talked about communities and census tracts and cities, and could a little community come together and contact someone like you and say, you know, we're not a city, we're way out in the boondocks, but I got a doggone tower, and I'd like to see internet service for the little girl down the road that has to come to my house to get internet service because she doesn't have access. Could a little community just call you up and say, not a city, just somebody that, because we literally have 200-foot towers just dotted through this part of the world.
I think we saw some of those towers on the way in, and me and Zelda were just like, oh, wow, look at that, there's another one, there's another one.
I've got one on my farm.
But it's insane. We 100%, we have internet, we will travel. The big thing is we want to make sure that we're somewhere close to Eric's footprint, either on the main line there, or what do you call that, on-net, some weird thing? That's the one that's going to take us over later. Or through one of his partners. So we get contacted, and we do have networks up, like literally just in an HOA neighborhood. So in Jefferson, there's a neighborhood, and one side has Windstream's Kinetic, and the other side is on their DSL. And so we provide internet just specifically for the other side of that neighborhood, and we give them 100 meg service wirelessly. And what happened was we worked a deal with the HOA where they loosened their regulations on what we could put on houses, and we made some homes, we call them a hub home, where we put this same sort of equipment on the side of their house. And it looks like something out of Star Wars, but I've got this stuff mounted to the back of a chimney in some instances, so you can't see from the front of the street. And then that provides high-speed internet to the houses around it. And we've gone far away just to talk to people, to teach them that maybe the farmer guy that's got a good internet circuit, well, maybe what he just needs to do, if we can't get back to fiber, is just we could figure out a way that he could just extend that wirelessly down the street to his people that need it, that he knows. Maybe they're his kin or something like that. And we've set up situations where we do that for family. Normally, I don't let account sharing unless they're actual kin. But we've got a lot of instances where you get a farm, and there'll be some poultry houses. You'll have the house where the workers are, and then the main house, and maybe their kids or adults. They still live there on the farm. And we'll just shoot one link, to that place, and then wirelessly let them link everybody up on that one thing. It's a cost savings for them. But 100%, we are willing to go.
I would just add to that connections off of, it doesn't have to be fiber directly to your farm to start the process, right? It's access to the towers. So when we're in communities, if we can get to their tower, even if that's a water tower, we can then see directly line of sight. I can see all the way from Moultrie all the way to your farm, and then from there, we can then do the local piece, right? So wireless microwave shots can go a lot further distance than the community network, if you want to call it that, off your local tower. So there's ways to extend this cost effectively that you need to take the first step.
So real quick, out of curiosity, I was recently told that the South Georgia Regional Information Technology Authority group, which is east of Camilla, is up for sale. They can't pay their USDA loans. They're in big trouble. I don't see any circles or lines going over there. Y'all make it sound pretty easy to fix, and there's some financial people that are involved in this. What are they doing wrong, or what's happening over there from y'all's perspective, so that we can help those people in those areas?
I can't go into too much detail because I've seen a lot of the information, but one of my owners is in SG Rita, okay, and that's Blakely. And it's very disappointing where it stands right now. The difficulty is the maintenance on a network costs money, and you've got to recoup that money with revenue. That's the challenge. So how you recover that becomes the difficulty, and right now there isn't enough recoverable revenue in that model. I don't know if you've looked at it or not.
And I said east, but I meant west. I
Sorry.
guess everybody saw that. But if there's a lot of maintenance, why try to spend the money on that maintenance when there's new technology out there that maybe we don't need to be maybe we need to be doing something different?
So the SG Rita network is approximately 140 miles of fiber, and which is a good thing. But there are people that are currently leasing those fibers that could use those fibers to support the infrastructure in those communities, and they're choosing not to for whatever reason. Now, 140 miles takes a lot of hops to try and build a microwave network. There's already fiber in the ground, and there's sufficient fiber in the ground in terms of quantity, but it's a matter of expending the capital dollars to light that fiber in those communities when you have limited opportunities. That's the difficulty. And they're having to, I haven't looked so far into their financials, but I would presume they're paying right-of-way fees. They're paying those costs that are having to be borne by their network, even though they don't have business opportunities to create a return to pay for it. They built it in the hope that we need to have this network, but they didn't have enough customers to generate to support the network. I mean, it's a difficulty, and I've looked very closely at it, but I hate to use the word return on investment. I have municipalities that I report to. I mean, at the end of the day, I report to Moultrie, right? The city manager of Moultrie is one of my owners, and I have to provide them a response because they're not the state. The state is worried about the state. At the end of the day, if I'm going to go tell Moultrie that I'm going to go spend money in Blakely, I need to make sure he understands that it's worth it from our perspective. Because I can't necessarily just forego business reasons to just build it because I'm not the state. They do. They do have a wireless local network as well.
We've seen that actually we've seen that more than once where a company will assume or buy up another company, and they may have some wireless assets or infrastructure, and they don't really comprehend what it is that they bought. And a lot of times because it's a hodgepodge of different technology, which is why we've adopted LTE, so it's standardized, everything's the same. So it all works the same, it always will work the same, and everything will work with it. And there is a right way, obviously to do anything, and then there's a wrong way. And sometimes wireline or traditional providers, they'll try to bring their mindset and methodologies and put it in a wireless world, and it just doesn't work that way. It's an entirely different animal, and you need to have somebody that actually understands RF and how the microwave shots works and how the stuff can penetrate trees and different leaves and all that. So maybe they didn't.
All right. Chairman Workhouser, do you have something real quick?
I'll be quick. So Bezos and Elon Musk seem to think they can send up 3,000 satellites and solve almost a continent with that kind of disruption. It just scares me that as a government because anytime government gets involved, the price exponentially goes up. When there's technology on the horizon that may solve everything, and they've got tremendous motive to get that kind of coverage. And it won't be the Hughes network type satellite.
My own personal concern about that, though, is if we had that approach in 1999, we would have never built this network, which would have never helped our university systems, and they'd still be paying lit services to a provider and be hamstrung on grant opportunities, a return on investment for the state, because it decreased costs, return on investment to the students. But they saw a vision that said, we have to take the next step. And sometimes that means, those satellites, I hope that they work, and I think that would be fantastic. But if they work in the next 5 years, are we going to sit back for 5 years and wait? And then in 5 years, if it doesn't work, we're just 5 years further behind. And rural Georgia's 5 years further, sitting back there still saying, guys, come help us. And that's what I worry about. We don't have time to wait too long for that.
Yeah, I love, my big problem is, who is Elon Musk and Bezos? Who are they fixing it for?
Themselves.
And so they don't live here. You know, we live here. So when we come into a community, we're weird. I mean, I'm a strange dude. So what I do is I come to someone like Amy, and I'm like, Amy, you know, I would like to build an internet network here, and what I will do is I will share revenues back from that network that we build here to your county, right, as well as hire this many people out of your county, because we want to keep that local feel and flavor everywhere we go. We did it with Newton County. In Newton County, which is insane, everybody knows Newton County because they got that Facebook deal, right? So here you've got like this huge multi-million-dollar Facebook facility being built, and then 1.5 miles away, as the crow flies, the internet's not even strong enough for somebody to get on Facebook. What's the juxtaposition? That's just crazy talk. And so somebody heard about me, and then I met with a gentleman, I wish he could have been here today, Stan Edwards, and we had a big meeting, and there was about this many people that showed up at that FFA camp, and we just talked about the internet, and everybody had a story to tell. And we found out that Newton County was actually sitting on an asset that could have been used and employed correctly that could have fixed the internet problem. So we got access to that, and because we don't have any money, we said, look, Newton County, what we'll do is we'll pay you a per subscriber fee. So now that's good for the county. They're going to use the money that they make off of allowing us to lease, it's called Spectrum. It's in Band 41, but they're going to make money every single month off every subscriber that we light up, and they're going to take that and they're putting it to education, public safety, and emergency management, which is just a winning combination that you're not going to get with Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. This is something that the community can come together, and it sounds silly, but really, if everybody's willing to take a step back and go, man, I'll take a little bit less. Like Eric's model where everybody brings something to the table, that works. Every small town has got, what, a water tower sitting in the middle of it. We show mayors, we show city managers how they can leverage that asset to let me put an antenna on it or somebody, and it'll fix the internet for their community. I don't see Starlink doing that. And plus, phased array 5G antennas, has anybody studied that stuff? I mean, that sounds like something out of Star Wars. I mean, they're going to be pointing that at the Earth. And how many sovereign nations is going to want a low Earth orbit of communications satellites above it? I mean, we have just lost our mind. That's insane.
All right.
I'll say a quick point on that. So one thing that could be powerful also is, you know, Paladin Wireless is a Georgia business with, you know, Georgia people. And so paying a provider that is located in Georgia in our community that is a participant in the Georgia Public Web Initiative, you know, is another layer to the return, you know, to our own community.
Good deal. Do you have a quick comment?
Yeah, we talk about Georgia grown. We don't benefit, the state doesn't provide any contractual benefit for Georgia-owned companies, whether it's RFPs, whether it's these communities. We need to support them, whether it's Georgia Grown gets a right-of-way discount, but those are entities that are investing in our local communities. How do we benefit them and help them to continue to grow? A lot of times, it's the fiber to the home guy that just is trying to get down the street to get to the next neighborhood, but it's cost prohibitive. Or it's the small provider that's trying to do the next piece. How do we help that?
Good. Go ahead, Chairman.
And I want just Steve and those that y'all are shared a lot with us pretty quickly. If you would, for the committee's benefit, take some time and put some of these ideas you see as barriers that are out there down on paper, get them to us so we can enter them into our work. We'd appreciate it. I mean, I think
Yes,
it
sir.
might, I think the guy from Monroe County, I guess he's still here.
George.
He probably wants to talk to you first.
Oh,
You know.
yeah, me and George go way back.
And, okay. You haven't helped him. Oh, no, okay. Then that, but please put some of that down. We'd sure would appreciate it.
Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you.
Good deal. Well, thank y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. I know we ran a little over on that, but that's an important issue, obviously, and a lot of discussion, and y'all are the folks that are actually dealing with the problems and on the ground. So appreciate y'all being here. Thank you. All right. Next, we've got Dr. Tristan Denley with USG. Come on down. I think he had some things to talk about, but he may want to talk about something else too while he's here. But come on up.
Thanks so much. Awesome. Thank you.
If you'll hold up just a minute, they'll let them get that stuff out of your way there.
It was just fascinating, wasn't it? Yeah.
All right, Tristan, floor is yours, man.
All right, great stuff. Thank you, sir. So you had asked me to come in and really talk about undergraduate degrees in rural and South Georgia. And so I want to make sure that I cover those comments really well. And of course, happy to answer any questions about that, but of course other things too. So what I wanted to do was to talk about really looking back over the last couple of years to give you a flavor of the kinds of new degrees that we've created in the university system. This, of course, are new degrees created at schools that serve rural and South Georgia that adds to the roughly 300 degrees that we have that are currently being offered at those institutions. So these 20 that have been added over the last couple of years add in then to that overall flavor of, right at 300 degrees that have been offered for quite some time. So I want to go through those just really quickly. There's a lot on that list. So first of all, degrees from ABAC and from Coastal and from Dalton that really add extra degrees, broadly speaking, in agriculture and environmental science. You can see that ABAC sort of restructured the way in which they offer agribusiness degrees, and then other degrees that are really focused around agriculture, and then Coastal and Dalton have added degrees, both of which they created in partnership with local industries around environmental science. And looking around the room, some members were with me in Dalton last week and kind of got a flavor of how those conversations have happened with local industry partners. So these are degrees, broadly speaking, in the health space. You can see, again, health and wellness degree at Dalton, respiratory therapy there at Middle. I'm not going to read all of them, of course, but you can see a number of degrees that have been added, broadly speaking, in the healthcare sector. Many of these institutions already have long-standing nursing programs, and so there are many health-connected degrees that already exist, but these have been added. And then lastly, degrees that are sort of in the sort of the technology and engineering space. So you can see a new bachelor's degree in engineering technology. That's in industrial engineering technology down there at Valdosta. It's a brand new degree to really try to serve the industrial needs of the South. Around the Valdosta area. Dalton State, actually, that new degree is literally brand new. We approved that yesterday at our board meeting. The nice thing about that degree is actually it's a partnership degree with our TCSG colleagues. So it will be allow students who have been through an AAS degree at the technical colleges to then move into a 4-year bachelor's degree. Again, that engineering tech degree is in industrial and mechanical technical engineering. I'm going to talk a little bit in a second about nexus degrees. Again, those are degrees where those degrees at Albany are around blockchain data analysis and blockchain machine learning. We couldn't really have anything that was sort of more cutting edge than talking about blockchain. So hopefully that gives you an idea of the kinds of new degrees which we've created in the last couple of years. That's while I've been here in the system. That you wanted to know kind of about the process of that, how it is that we go about working with new degrees, where do they come from, what's the process. So we've had a long-standing process which we have recently completely streamlined of degrees that come from our institutions. So institutions, actually it's this time of the year, they come to us, they make an annual plan, they say, these are the programs that we're working on, these are the programs that are surfacing, these are the programs which we would like to work with you to create this year. And there's a conversation, as you might imagine, with my office to talk those things through. Those conversations begin at campuses, those conversations begin with local employers, those conversations begin with the expertise that's on those campuses. And what we've done recently is literally to totally streamline that process to make sure that those new degrees don't get tied up in red tape, but we can really get them out of the door as quickly as possible to meet the needs of the students and the community. Once they are created, they go through a period of 3 years. You can imagine there's a build-up to getting a program that's actually at its full functioning state. We take them through a sort of a monitoring process over those first 3 years. All of our programs across the entire system have an annual review to make sure whether or not they are producing an adequate number of graduates, and there's a conversation if we need to do anything about that. And every degree goes through a 7-year annual cycle of review. But really what bubbled out of our really having a new approach to the creation of new degrees was really a recognition of the fact that we needed to think about degrees much more broadly. And so that's actually where the idea of the Nexus degree came from. So if you've not heard of the Nexus degree, the reason is probably because it is literally brand spanking new. It is the first new degree in the United States in almost 150 years. The last new degree in the United States was the associate's degree in 1898. The Nexus degree was approved by our board back last February 2018, and it is an entirely new kind of degree, a degree which bakes into its structure an internship, a clinical placement, a preceptorship. The curriculum itself is created hand in glove with a major industry sector, and then our faculty design to the blueprints that major industry sector creates. So the first of those degrees I already showed you were at Albany in blockchain machine learning and blockchain data analysis. Those are partnerships both with local industries there. You can imagine blockchain now has a large aspect when it comes to blockchain logistics and supply chain logistics. But also we have, just so you know, Nexus degrees at Columbus State University, also in post-production film and in financial technology as well. From a system-wide perspective, I wanted to give you at least a flavor of, as a system, what are we doing, as well as what our individual schools are doing. So we have our shared online instruction called eCampus. eCampus offers a number of online courses so that actually across our entire system, any student in the system has access to those, to enroll in those online courses. We also offer these e-majors. E-majors are collaborative, fully online courses and programs. So these full degrees are available to students all across the state. Of course, as we've heard, to have availability to those courses, we really do have to have broadband internet. But it really is the case that these particular programs are very cost effective. Our e-major programs have a tuition of $199 a credit hour. And all of the programs that we offer through eCampus, we use open education resources to the greatest degree possible. So to the degree that we can, the instructional materials that students need for those courses are entirely free. You can see just recently we added an RN to BSN e-major that is really going to help to enable us to graduate many more bachelor's degree nurses, which I know is a crucial piece of this. Along those same lines, we are working to stand up an entirely new kind of entity, the Financial Technology Academy. I know that you're aware of the fact that the financial tech industry across Georgia is growing in leaps and bounds. They need thousands of people to add to the capability, and they need them all over Georgia. It's not only in Atlanta. And so currently we have roughly 2/3 of our institutions have now joined a partnership to offer those financial technology coursework and degrees. And you can see that a goodly many of those institutions are located in rural and South Georgia. Last thing that you'd asked was really the ongoing assessment and the ongoing sort of data that lies behind this. I know that yesterday you had some presentations from the Carl Vinson Institute. My office has worked very closely with the folk there at Carl Vinson to develop the kinds of technologies that we need to be able to make these decisions well. I think when I presented to you last up in North Georgia, I alluded to the fact that we were working with them to develop new dashboards to be able to allow us to see. So what kinds of needs for new degrees there are, what kinds of job demands there are in particular areas, what are ways in which we really can bring all of that data together so that on the one hand, we can provide that information to institutions so that they can bring to us the programs that really make sense in their region, but more than that we're able to go back to them and say, look, we really want you to start thinking about a degree like this or a degree like that because the data that we see really suggests that you should be looking in that direction and begin that conversation from our end as well as theirs. And so those partnerships have really well developed. We now have developed a whole set of dashboards with Carl Vincent that provides that ongoing data, and then actually just in the last couple of days have signed a partnership with Jobs EQ. Jobs EQ provides real-time job information. Maybe some people have heard of you heard of Burning Glass or companies like that provide sort of very detailed, real-time kinds of information about job demands and job postings. Jobs EQ is another vendor that's in that space, and so we will be able to bring together both the data that we have about the students that we're graduating together with real-time information about what's happening in the workplace. So hopefully that's briefly given you an overview of the kinds of things that I think your questions were alluding, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Denley, I'm Sharon Cooper. I chair the Health Committee in the Georgia House,
Yes, ma'am.
and I'm a master's level nurse. And, I have real questions. This morning in the Colquitt paper, or whatever, that the Colquitt Hospital had started a year-long intensive program of preparing new graduates to be able to function in the clinical setting. One of the things that I have been very concerned about for years, and just as the new chancellor was coming, I was over at the office talking, and they said they would do a survey. But we have a big disconnect. And as a former educator in nursing, we seem to, as we have gone to the associate degree programs in the BSNs, the thing that has gone is clinical experience. And we are turning out graduates from our university system and our, the technical schools that can pass their state boards, and that's become, okay, they're great, but the people that are hiring them they do not have the clinical skills to function as a basic registered nurse on a basic med-surg floor. And hospitals across our state are having to put in-service education. Now, that's fine for the big WellStar, and it's fine for the Northeast Georgia Medical Center that will not count a new graduate, BSN or RN, as a full-time coverage for a year and has to give them intensive. But when you think about all the ones going down to the small hospitals that do not have the ability or the money to do this kind of in-service, you are putting new graduates out when they really don't have the skills to function, and you are putting patients in Georgia at great risk of being injured. And worse than that, what happens, and there are some studies in the past, is that if a young nurse makes a mistake or comes close to making a bad clinical mistake, they will leave nursing, and especially clinical nursing in the hospital, as soon as they can find something else to do. To marry, to go to a doctor's office, to go somewhere where they don't put themselves. And I think it's adding, and does the university system look at this? We come with these programs, the RN to BSN program, and it's all on, line, but we're turning out nurses with lacking the basic foundation to take care of patients. Then we're rushing them to BSN, and then they go straight into nurse practitioner, and they have shaky foundations, and they're not getting the clinical. And I'm very concerned about the patients in this state and other states, and I'm very concerned about this. And I know there was a meeting recently.
There was, and I'm happy to tell you about that. And I think we all share that with great seriousness the concerns of making sure that as university system, we are adequately able to meet the ongoing healthcare needs of the state. So exactly in July of this year, we had our first nursing summit where we brought together representatives from the industry itself. Of course, we had nurse educators in the room because we really wanted them to hear what it is that the industry was saying. And we also actually had working nurses who were there who could talk about firsthand what their lives were like in making that transition from being in college to being in the nursing workforce. So we had working nurses who were both brand new and also people who were more established. So this was I mean, it's the beginning of a conversation. It was not the conversation
Unfortunately,
itself.
I was out of the country, but
I understand, and I'm happy to give you details about that. But it really, I mean, and actually just yesterday I gave a presentation to our board who similarly took this extraordinarily seriously. I probably answered, something like 20, 30 minutes of questions yesterday at our board meeting about how it is on an ongoing basis that we intend to meet both the capacity needs, right, because the state simply needs more nurses, and we know that, and they need them everywhere, not only in specific locales, but more than that, to make sure that the curriculum and the training that the nurses have really does meet the ongoing needs. So I think we share this concern, and I'm happy to discuss it in any detail.
okay, well, I'm glad to know that finally, that the regents are looking at this. I know in some degree programs we require an extra semester, and maybe that's what we need is an extra semester. I just think it's terrible when young people go into the nursing profession and they go to one of our universities or technical colleges, they think they're coming out ready to function. And as a former educator, I think that we have that responsibility. If we say we give you a degree and you are going to be an RN, that implies that we are saying we are, educating you to be able to function at least on a basic floor. And I feel like that's our university systems failing to put that burden, especially in rural areas, on tiny hospitals, and to set students up for failure or to leave.
So I believe it is the case that we absolutely have a responsibility to make sure that our graduates really have the highest levels of training. I will say that the nursing programs we have in the state all have extraordinarily high levels of accreditation, and so it is the case that right now. It is the case that right now the curriculum that we're offering is certainly not in any way shoddy. But it is the case that we want to make sure that it is as aligned and realistic to prepare people so that when they go onto that floor, they can do what they need to do in a modern setting. So I think we agree that changes need to happen to make sure that when graduates walk out of the door, that they really are prepared for now what is a very complicated, modern...
It's the clinical.
Yeah, it's the clinical. Yeah.
It's the clinical that's lacking, and maybe the accreditations, as nursing has pushed to become a true profession, it was willing to give up in order to have the degrees after your name. It was willing to give up, as we took more English, more history to get the degree, to give up the clinical, and it's not working. So
Part of the takeaway from the summit was actually a recognition of much better ways that we could work together with the healthcare industry to provide clinical placements in new kinds of ways. So I think there's some really nice steps that we can discuss.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I got a quick question before I pass it on, but we had asked y'all to do a needs assessment that y'all reported to us back in October of last year.
Yes.
And it seems like y'all are making some headway on some of those needs in South Georgia. But I know in one of those recommendations, it was not recommended to build a medical school in South Georgia.
That's right.
Yet this facility was not there then, and within a year, this facility is here. It had over 3,300 applications, has 59 students in the first class, 20 of them are from Georgia, and 8 of them are from South Georgia. Mm-hmm. Those aren't huge numbers, but it's year number one.
Yes.
Y'all didn't feel like it was needed. So it makes me wonder, or it wasn't recommended, so it makes me wonder about the other assessments and the other needs. As we continue to try to grow rural Georgia, there's needs for certain things in education If we bring industry here, we have to have people to work in those industries and
Absolutely.
do those different things. So if the degrees are not here, it's hard to get the industry here and vice versa. So I guess, could you just comment on that, and how do we know that we're making the right assessments? Because
Yeah, and so I do want to couch the recommendation that was in the previous report within the full context of what medical education looks like here in the state. Because the recommendation to add a new standalone facility here in South Georgia was not because we don't think that South Georgia needs more doctors or more nurses. It was really in recognition of the work which was already ongoing and the work which we anticipated yet to come. So for roughly the last decade, the system has been involved in trying to both grow the scale of the medical college, as well as grow the number of residency slots across the state, because I think we all understand that it's one thing to have more students who go through medical school. It's another to make sure that when they finish that initial part, that they actually have a residency slot that's here in Georgia, so that we can make sure that they're a doctor here in Georgia. I'm happy to tell you that at the end of that work, we've now added about 500 new residency slots across the state. There are still more yet to be added to that. They're in the pipeline. So there's another close to 200 residency slots which are online, in the sense that, maybe online in this context is a poor choice of words today. They are in the pipeline but yet to be populated. They're part of the pipeline of this work. And many of those residency slots are themselves in South Georgia. We have, along that lines, added 9 new teaching hospitals across the state, again, many of which are in rural and South Georgia. So the ideas around saying we don't think that we right now need, or that we should not be investigating adding a new standalone medical school here in the South, was not the recognition that nothing needs to be done, but a recognition of that much is being done, and that we want to build from that momentum which we already have in place.
Well, and I guess that's one of my fears, is they have 3 campuses and they're a private institution, and you have lots of campuses and you're not privately funded.
We're not.
And we're proud that they're down in South Georgia and gonna change our region, but they beat you to the punch, and in a sense, as far as establishing this here, and I guess that's what kind of concerns me. Who are we losing anywhere else in any of the other job sectors where we could be supply chain management or engineering or whatever it may be out there? Is, I guess that's my fear.
So what I would, I guess what I want to allude to is that it is very much the case that we absolutely want to make sure that we make the right strategic decisions to meet the state's needs. I believe that we're well positioned to be able to do that. And I believe actually that the work that we've undertaken and the work that we're intending to do through the medical college are the right kinds of decisions to build on the public footprint that we already have in a responsible way.
Go ahead, Chairman Perry.
Commented on the GME residency slots.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to congratulate the great committee for the work you did. We certainly needed them here. It started under Governor Deal, and it's still going on now. So I think we've done the right thing. But my concern is this. We were going to create 400, and we're somewhere up beyond 500 or more, which is great. But the problem is only about less than 30% of those slots are filled by Georgia medical school graduates. My concern is this. I think we're to the point now, I'm not so sure we need to create that many more, but what I'd like to see us do, take an attitude of looking at what we've got, see what we can do to enhance the residency slots that we have in place so that we get a higher percentage of Georgia graduates entering into those residency programs.
Well, and part of that is again, growing the size of the medical school class. And I think you probably know that we are currently in a scale-up phase to increase the size of the medical school class. And we're very, very thankful for the support that we've received from the legislature to do that. It was a crucial piece of creating those GME slots. As you say, it was a very intentional and strategic decision on behalf of the state. And I think the way in which it was implemented was really masterful. As you say, the anticipated thing was to add 400. We added close to 600, and we did it about 20 with not needing to use about $20 million of what was originally anticipated. So that work was very important.
The point I want to make is, what do we need to do to try to get more of our Georgia medical school graduates to enter into our Georgia programs so that they'll end up probably staying in this state?
Part of it is a challenge of funding. The reality is that, as we pointed out, that our medical school is a publicly funded medical school. It is supported by the funding formula, which, although very generous over the years, has not kept pace with the costs of providing medical school is a really expensive kind of program to provide. So really, over the last decade, the costs of providing medical education has risen by roughly 20%. But of course, the level of funding that's provided to that unit has not kept pace with that. This last year, we're very happy that and very thankful for the fact that the legislature did provide additional funds into the budget of the medical school, and those funds will absolutely be used for the kinds of purposes that we're discussing. But it really raises the question of and the importance of ongoing support along those same kinds of lines.
And one other point, we only have one dental school in this state, which is a state dental school, and they're bumping up the class by another 10 dentists or something, but then they're to the max of what they can do in this school. And with the state almost getting close to 11 million people now, graduating 100 dentists a year is not enough. So that's something we as a legislature need to take a look at, about how we're going to be able to turn out more dentists for this state. Thank you.
I didn't understand the answer about why we don't have more Georgia graduates doing the residency program here. I didn't understand your answer.
So there are two pieces to that answer, I suppose. On the one hand, the only people who are available, the only Georgians or Georgia graduates who are available to populate those slots.
We don't have enough.
Exactly. So if we had a larger class, we'd have more Georgia graduates. Now there is a little more subtlety to that, which is the reality is that the residency, the way in which residencies are awarded is by using a national match. And so we don't have complete control over which students end up being in which slots. But the reality is that if we want to have more Georgia graduates being in more Georgia residencies, the way to do that is simply to have more Georgia students who graduate from the medical school.
I think we've got a good class coming up here, and we're real happy to have Pecan down in South Georgia.
I imagine.
Dr. Finley, isn't part of the problem understanding about our residencies? First of all, a lot of our residencies are new.
Yes.
And students often want to go to a residency that has more prestige, that has been in business long, and they're hesitant. They get to put a choice. When you graduate from medical school, don't you put your top three choices, and it goes into a national base.
That's right.
And it's a random thing of how they get selected. But many are not choosing the Georgia programs because they're new. WellStar started their program about 4 or 5 years ago, and they are now getting a larger group of people that are selecting or wanting, choosing maybe to be selected at WellStar. They're getting a better selection process, and so they've picked up the ones that are matching with them are better academically and all, and they're choosing, and there are some more of the Georgia ones that are coming. The other thing, isn't it, is that we are pushing for people to choose primary care, which is pediatrics, OB, internal medicine, and there are fewer and fewer and fewer medical students choosing those areas. So
there's a combination of all of those things, and I guess I have maybe something to tie all that together too. So you're right, and I guess it's one of the reasons why I alluded to the pipeline. That's simply making the partnerships with the teaching hospitals, creating the possibility of those residency slots does not Of course, it's the case that students can take up those residency slots if they don't exist, but it will take some time for those slots to become established as part of the pattern that students end up choosing for their futures. It is the case that we went about trying to make those residency slots in a way which we felt most met the kinds of needs of the state, that we do, in fact, across the state need many more primary care physicians, especially in, I know I'm talking to the choir, and I hope you accept it, especially in rural Georgia, but not only that. And so, what's been important is adding new surgical slots, adding new OBGYN slots, and we have worked to do that too. What's also pretty important, I think, is, for instance, Augusta's 3+ program that I hope is well on your radar, that would allow students to go through 3 years of medical school, followed by 3 years of residency here in Georgia, followed by then 6 years working in rural Georgia here, and then on the back end of that then forgiving the tuition and loans for their education. I think that would not even be a possibility if it had not been for the important work of creating the kinds of residency slots that those students would be able to populate. So again, we're very thankful for the money that we can use, the exploratory money that we had for last year, but certainly part of our capital ask this year would be to have ongoing support for that program, which absolutely would, as the member suggested, very much increase the number of Georgia graduates who would be in Georgia residencies, and more in rural Georgia residencies.
Chairman Parrish, you got a follow-up?
You're right in that we need to increase the size of our medical school classes because we need more doctors. But I take a little different approach to it. I don't think that's going to answer the problem that we have if we only going to continue to have 27% of our Georgia medical school graduates do residency programs. Now, a point that you made, I think, is a step in the right direction. Augusta's looking at this accelerated program,
That's
this
right.
3+3 that they're talking about. Mercer has done the same thing in the past. They save a year of medical school. They do the medical
That's
school
right.
in 3 years. They go into a guaranteed residency slot in Georgia, and the chances are very, very high that those doctors are going to stay here in Georgia and practice.
That's right.
But we have got to enhance the program, and as was pointed out, some of them are newer and they're just beginning to get started. But it may be that we need to look at what we need to do as a state to make those programs more attractive by helping the facilities that host the programs or enhance those. You got a line around the block wanting to get a residency program at Grady and Emory from all over the world wanting to come there. But we need to do something to raise that bar from less than 30% of our graduates staying and doing residency programs here in Georgia. It needs to be much higher than that.
I think, as you say, the secret
So
is exactly
we need
programs.
to keep working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I had a question. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Dentley, for your presentation. Let's go back, if you will, to the new degree programs. And I'm just using as an example. Dr. Jones at Fort Valley State has not asked this. I'm just asking as a hypothetical. Kind of walk me through a little bit. I know we're on a time schedule here, but just kind of share a little bit with me if, for instance, Fort Valley was interested in a degree program in hospitality and tourism management. Kind of share a little bit with me, what's the process will look like in order for Fort Valley to obtain such a degree program?
Yeah, so we would look at, for instance, what are the programs that they currently have. We would look at the programs that are geographically around them to see what other schools have that kind of program nearby and elsewhere across the state. We would look at what kind of job demand is there both across the state, regionally, but also around the region that Fort Valley would serve. And then we would have in-depth discussions with the academic leadership on that campus about what kind of plan there would be to create the faculty expertise needed to be able to deliver that program. Do they have faculty already in existence who could teach that kind of material? If not, what would the plans be to be able to create that kind of expertise? Does that make sense? And then it's a combination of all of that. And of course, we want to make sure that happens in a timely fashion. Clearly, you could have those kinds of discussions on into the ages if it really is the case that this is a program which is both makes sense at that locale, makes sense at that as part of the portfolio of that institution, makes sense as part of that community, and that they already have the building blocks to be able to provide that degree, then we want to make sure that we can get that up and going as quickly as possible.
And you mentioned, too, their annual plan.
Right.
Is this something they will already need to have a part of their annual plan?
So the annual plan is not a set-in-stone kind of thing. The annual plan really begins the conversation with my office to say, well, the reason why we have the annual plans is so that we can know, well, what different institutions are thinking about. We can find ways in which perhaps multiple institutions could work together. Maybe they don't realize that the school down the road is also thinking similarly about some sort of a degree. But even if it's not on your annual plan, and suddenly, 6 months from now, Dr. Jones were to have a crucial conversation with an employer or something like that, he doesn't have to wait 6 months to begin that conversation. He can give me a call today, and I'll be happy to talk to him, and we can get working on that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
No, you're welcome. Yeah, it just so happens Fort Valley hasn't added a new degree over those last 2 years, so that's why they're not listed. But yeah.
Hey, thank you. I'm going to take a left-hand turn just a little bit. Do appreciate, I was with you last week in Dalton.
Yes, yeah.
And I appreciate you look at Dalton's environmental and, the engineering technology degree. They're very excited about.
They are very excited about
getting that approved yesterday. But I want to follow up with Chairman Watson, some things he was saying. And I guess that's listening to rural Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Now, yesterday at the Board of Regents meeting, y'all voted to cut, I think something that's very near and dear to Georgia's hearts, especially in rural Georgia. And we were in a meeting here in agriculture on Monday, and I'm specifically talking about the extension service and ag experiment. We talked about water, and you looked at the work that the extension service and ag experiment stations have done related about the water and water wars, invaluable. And what they do in the everyday with the Sunbelt Experiment Station, yesterday, that's what I call it, is an experiment station, because that's what it really is. We're county agents and extension researchers, university employees do a lot of research there. I don't think that the Board of Regents, there really was no discussion in that yesterday. I know you just accepted what the University of Georgia proposed, but are not thinking about the impact that those two groups make on just individuals throughout Georgia, not just in rural Georgia, and meeting the needs of rural Georgia in many different ways, not just in agriculture and outreach and all the other things. And I just want, you're our avenue, you're the man standing up there, the pathway to the chancellor, just on my worry that, we're on a roll. I think Chairman Watson said it the other day in the ag meeting, on a roll, and what we're doing in rural Georgia and working so hard to prop up and make rural Georgia successful. And this is just unplugging something that's been very successful, very helpful to rural Georgians. And the budget cuts, they're going to those two departments within your oversight.
So I think thanks for the question, and I'm happy to answer it as best I can. I think you understand that we, as all state agencies did, had budget instructions from the governor's office to envisage budget cuts of 4% this year and 6% next year. The process that we undertook with that was to ask all of those units that were affected to come to us with a feasibility plan, a plan of action as to how it would be that they would live within that different kind of fiscal picture. As you might imagine, none of those decisions were in any way easy decisions to make. We across our system use funds, I think, very effectively, and all of those funds had very sort of strong cases as to how it is that they were used. As you say, we did in fact get recommendations from the University of Georgia about those cuts, and all of that picture has been submitted to OPB really as our first picture as to how it would be that that within a new kind of fiscal picture that we would live within the budget that we're provided. So I think we share the fact that these are very hard and difficult kinds of decisions, but right now these are plans rather than actions, and we're happy and look forward to continuing the conversation with OPB and the governor's office and also with the legislature as to how it is, whether those plans are the final plans.
Now that he's opened this Pandora's box, I guess you call it. The public libraries, did y'all take in consideration the part that public libraries are going to play in the new census count?
So actually, I think maybe, as it happens, the public libraries report through my office, and so I've had very detailed conversations with Julie Walker, who I think came to see you so we've talked very deeply about the ways in which we want to maintain all of the services that the public libraries can provide.
I'm real concerned about the census count, because they will be taking that census at the public libraries in rural areas.
Yes.
And we've got to count every person and get down every federal dollar we can.
I don't believe any of the budgetary plans that we have in the public libraries will have any kind of impact on census count.
On the census count.
Absolutely no, ma'am.
What about the hours that the libraries stay open, because we have kids have to, that's the only internet service they have.
Also will have no impact, absolutely not.
Well, where are you going to cut the $4 million?
I'm sorry?
Where are you going to get the cut from then? It's not going to keep that library open, you're not going to hurt the census, I mean.
Well, so maybe we're talking about a difference between, so the budget that comes through my office is budget that works with the Georgia Public Library System, the system that provides the undergirding of all the public libraries.
So you're not going to close any libraries?
Local decisions about the functioning of libraries are budgetary decisions that are not under my jurisdiction, and so
well, the libraries,
I'm not trying to avoid the question. I don't have control over the decisions that are made about local public libraries and when they open and how they use their funds.
I think Lynn Smith's got a question.
Yeah. Madam Chair.
Yeah.
You need the mic.
Grab the mic. Lynn.
Of library funding at the state level is to regional libraries.
That's right.
And then the regional libraries make the decisions as to how they fund all the libraries within their region.
That's right.
And what is happening, and it's happening all over our state, is that they're basing most of their decisions simply on density of population. So the very issue that we're dealing with here, which is rural access, we are now seeing our local smaller libraries being closed. And the answer is, you don't have the density, which is what we keep going around and around about. So
right,
I have a suggestion for you here, if you will, just a minute.
Yeah.
To give that credibility, and I have served on libraries for years, built a library. So if the argument is no density, and we have the Department of Community Affairs here today, our rural areas are in need of some type of community center.
Absolutely.
And there is a symbiosis to me that can occur here, which is how can we fund community centers in our rural areas and at the same time keep our libraries open, which therefore means our students at night don't have to go to a beer joint to get local wireless service. I mean, I think instead of going around and around and around, one of the definitions of what's taking place here is we know the problems, here's a solution. And to me, one of your areas to look into is how to meet the needs of these rural areas by not just singular funding certain things, but combine what we're doing. I can have a very urban area, I have rural areas, I have impoverished areas, and the poorest of our members, our citizens, cannot speak up for themselves. They just cope with whatever the next blow is. And so I'm asking that our decision makers at the cloud level consider possibly changing the formula that you use when you go to regional libraries and look at some of the different problems that are out there. But
so I think this is something that we share. We also very much value and are jealous of the library service that we have across the state. I think it's actually an extraordinary resource that we potentially can bring to bear. We've talked a lot about internet access today. All of our public libraries across the state all have broadband or broadband internet service, and we've been actively working to try to coordinate the way in which we can deliver higher education, actually utilizing the facilities that are all of the public libraries. Let me clarify, because the way in which public libraries are funded is, I think, somewhat unusual. Well, I guess it's different from the way that other things are funded. So the Georgia Public Library Service reports through my office. Julie Walker, who I think came here to speak to you last meeting, so she reports to me. She runs this statewide backbone which supports the efforts of all of the local and regional libraries. But those local and regional libraries are not under the managerial control of the Georgia Public Library Service. Instead, we support and assist and provide ongoing resources to enable those public libraries to work. We provide the IT infrastructure, the way in which the state's library catalog is provided. All of that works through my office. The cuts that I was alluding to when I talked earlier were about how it is that we would be able to manage to provide those ongoing services within a tighter fiscal picture. The local decisions as to whether or not local libraries are remain open or are closed, those decisions are completely made by local regions. And actually, we have been ongoing and significant advocates to try to persuade local communities to keep those libraries open, because I think we, just like you, recognize how extremely valuable those kinds of resources are, both as a center of community, but also, we've alluded to many times today of perhaps a sort of a whole different kind of return on investment, which isn't necessarily financial. And I think we believe that the public library system is exactly that. So we too would very much like the ways in which the public library system works across Georgia, which is really an astonishing jewel of this state, to continue to be very significant and robust. Absolutely.
One more point. Perhaps we as legislators need to look at that funding formula and add some of our rural concerns to that formula, so that you're doing what by law you have to do.
Yes, ma'am.
And our local governments are making decisions otherwise. But I don't see why there couldn't be some type of statutory requirement that the service to the rural area is part of their formula.
Actually, I wanted to discuss the same thing that we've brought up about the libraries. I represent a very rural district, and these are the center of our communities.
Absolutely.
These are where our seniors go. These are where our students go, because they do not have internet out in the country. So I think it's vital that we find a way to see that they are protected. Nobody likes to pick one over another, but the value is a deeper value, and there's nothing to replace it. And the funding at the state levels, the rural counties are barely coming back, and they don't have the extra funds. And if there's a cut somewhere else, the last thing we need to do is even cut hours. We need to keep those libraries open.
Yeah. Well, so we agree in the crucialness of those services. And actually, in many ways, and it's a slightly different point, but maybe an important point to make, that the public library system itself really enables those local dollars to go as far as they possibly can by really achieving economies of scale we otherwise wouldn't have.
And I hope y'all consider how many people have to get job applications, have to go to the library to fill the job applications out.
Absolutely.
Small businesses that don't have internet, who have to file their tax return now with Department of Revenue on internet, you know, their
Indeed.
annual thing, they have to go to the library to do it.
Exactly.
It's not just people going checking out books and reading.
Yeah, and these are the cases that we're making to local communities to make sure that they understand how crucial the service that we provide really is to their ongoing needs. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just one more follow-up before I close this out. Just sitting here listening to everybody, you know, and talking about some of the budget cuts and the libraries and extension. You know, all of Georgia subsidizes the university system. And the extension service is called an extension service for a reason. It's that extension of some of our universities into other areas of the state. Not everybody has access to Athens and to the public libraries. That's why they're there, so they can have those resources available to them. And that's their only way to get some of their money back. And we need them more than ever across our state. And just for me personally, I mean, I depend on my county agent. Talk to him almost every day about issues, and just want to make sure that gets sent back. So
Understood. Thank you, sir.
thank you for being here.
Happy to, yeah. Happy to answer any questions anytime.
You did good. You did good. Appreciate it.
Well, it just seems like they just picked a little bit.
All right. Next, we've got, I apologize, we're going to just skip the break. If you need to go to the restroom, just, I guess everybody's probably already realized that. We're running pretty far behind. Commissioner Matt Arthur, if you want to come on down, we'll get you up here. And Commissioner, I mentioned it earlier, but now that you're here, and I don't know if he came with you, but I know Jim Glass was with us last night at dinner, and I forgot to recognize him and just let you know how excited we are to have him here in Moultrie and looking after Southern Regional and in Tifton and Thomasville as well. Just excited. He's been around a long time, and he knows the area, and just look forward to what he has and look forward to your comments.
Well, thank you. It was, I felt very fortunate to have someone like Jim down here who knows the area and knows the people, and we didn't miss a day. Skip right, walk right into it. So I'm going to do the best that I can do just to answer the questions that you sent me. You wanted an update on the programs that we have in rural Georgia, what steps are being made to offer programs in South Georgia, and what challenges and possible solutions could be considered to increase offered programs. And so I'm going to go through that also. Very briefly, we have 22 colleges across the state. We've got 88 satellites. Last year, we either taught or trained 351,000 Georgia citizens. And that's credit hour and non-credit hour. And of course, the number that you see the majority of the time is just the credit hour students. But we do a lot. We do more on non-credit. We do more adult ed literacy. And so the total last year was 351,000. This year, as of right now, as of yesterday, our numbers across the state are up 5% total, and they're up in our South Georgia schools also. Representative Hatchett, I do need to tell you that I was wrong last night on Oconee Fall Line, that it is up 36%, almost 500 students from this fall compared to last fall. But our programs are pretty simple. They are simple in design, in that we work directly with the industry to design our programs. It's why we exist. It's what we do. Our college service delivery areas are all a little bit unique. We offer over 600 programs. Every campus offers between 100 and 125 different programs. It depends on the area. Welding at one school may be a little bit different at another school, just because the industry in that area would like a little bit something different done. College programs are developed to provide local business and industry with a skilled workforce. And of course, the area that we are filling is that mid-skill area. It's the area above high school and below a 4-year degree. And when you look at what's coming and what is needed across the state of Georgia, that is an area that 55% of the jobs in the state are demanded mid-skill, and we supply about 43% of that right now. And so when you look at rural Georgia, what are areas that we need more participation in, we need more high school students moving on, it is in that mid-skill area, because they can earn a great living and live right here. One of the things that is very unique to us is if there is not a job for a student, we don't teach that program. It's pretty simple. We can move it out. We can turn it over very quickly. Things don't have to wait from month to month. If a program's going out, we're going to teach it out and finish that program, and we'll readjust or do whatever industry needs, and we are doing that monthly. If you came to one of our state board meetings, you would see programs being deleted and programs being added every single month, because it not only depends on what industry, no matter what the size, is coming into Georgia. Sometimes those industries that we have are changing so rapidly in technology that we've got programs that we were teaching 6 months ago, we're no longer teaching them. The technology has changed. We're working with the exact same industry we did, and it's changing. If you went to one of our campuses, typical programs that you're going to see health sciences, you're going to see automotive, you're going to see precision manufacturing, you're going to see instructional technology, welding, joining technology, you're going to see masonry, you're going to see bricklaying. You're going to see cybersecurity. If you go to some closer to the coast, you're going to see our work with the naval base. If you go a little bit further north, you're going to see our nuclear technicians that are taught by the people working right there. And so it depends on where you go. Our programs, for the most part, are very sophisticated. The technology that's in them that is demanded right now is so high, and it is changing very rapidly. We see that turnover happening almost every single 6 months. And I heard the presentation earlier today about the amount of internet and the amount of, and what they said is right. It's a problem that we have also. We do a lot of online, but they've got to go somewhere to take an online course. Everybody says, well, technology's the answer. Let them go do online. If you're in rural Georgia, there isn't. You can't take a course. And I sat there and looked where I live on that map, and you went to northeast Georgia, and it was empty. And that's where I live. And so 1.5 gigabyte just doesn't get it. You can't do anything. So we're faced with that also. The jobs that are needed in rural Georgia that we see, that our colleges run into all the time: healthcare, mining, welders, timber industry, commercial trucking, precision manufacturing, welders, tool and die. We see all of that all across South Georgia. Programs that are available in rural Georgia: Coastal Pines offers an electrical lineman course. We actually have telephones dug in the ground. We start that process in high school, learning how to climb a pole, learning the safety features. Who teaches that program? We have people straight from Georgia Power or straight from the EMCs that come in and work with us on that program. Railroad systems technology. The railroad in Georgia is growing tremendously. We actually have a locomotive on that campus. They shut the whole town down, ran the rail right down the middle of the pavement to move it onto our campus. But that's where the mechanics learn, right there. The Naval Maintenance Apprenticeship. We have a huge apprenticeship with the Navy base, and that is just expanding more and more. We are right now in the process of teaching Navy seamen new technology that they won't use on the new submarine for 2 years, but we're already involved with them. Coastal Pines is up 20% this semester versus last year at the exact same time. South Georgia Technical College, it's in Americus. We have agricultural diesel technology with John Deere. We have heavy equipment technology with Caterpillar. We have electrical power generator technology with Caterpillar. They send every 12 weeks, depending on the program, every 12 to 18 weeks, they send their employees from all over the nation to South Georgia. They stay in our dorms, and that program's been going on for years. But we have 3 different types of diesel technology that we teach at that one college for all of those programs. Commercial truck driving, precision manufacturing. We have a law enforcement academy there also. And of course, we teach the EMTs, the CNAs. We teach the paramedics in the state also. And that population's up 2% right now over last year. At Southern Regional, which is the area where we're at, you look, it's up right now 8.6% over last year. And you'll see everything from health science, diesel technology, electricians, industrial systems. You'll see emergency medical responders, personal care assistants. We'll run the gamut here. And we're not just, it isn't just stopping. We'll go into some other stuff. You're going to see welding. So what programs are we adding? We don't add a program, and I've said this already, but we don't add a program unless industry's asking for that program or industry is coming. Like right now, we know across the state new businesses that are coming. We are getting geared up for those programs right now, depending on the area they're coming in. SK, it'll take 3 colleges to get the population that's going to be needed. So we're going to have North Georgia, Lanier, and Athens all working together to meet that need up there, to produce what they're going to need. So what are we doing here? Coastal Pines started a timber harvesting program. It's an apprenticeship program. We work with local timber industry. They teach the class. The local timber industry is teaching the class. We've certified them. Those are high school students going through that program. They learn how to drive skidders. They learn how to cruise timber. They learn how much board feet's in it and how it's sold. They learn the whole gamut of the entire industry. We also started a commercial fisherman program at Coastal Pines. One thing that, you know, every industry is going through the same thing, whether you're in education or whether you're a commercial fisherman. The aging workforce. So who's replacing them? So the fishing industry came to us, said they needed help. We're starting that program. We're starting that apprenticeship program. It's starting in high school for students that are interested in it. And in 2 years, they'll be able to go out and be commercial fishermen and earn their license. We also have a dual enrollment program with diesel technology and automotive technology. Just in Appleton County, their dealership came to us, said they couldn't find diesel technology engineers, so we started the program. We also have an Associate of Applied Science degree in Pierce County, and that education degree is offered other locations, but that transfers straight to USG. So all of these dual enrollment programs at Coastal Pines are directly related to the needs that are out there. In January, Coastal Pines will be starting an aircraft assembly technician certificate just for Gulfstream and the expansion that they're going through. In Americas, one of the things we found, you know, during the recession, T&I programs, especially in the construction trades, really went out. We couldn't find anyone. There wasn't a need. We weren't building in the state of Georgia. Well, a decade later, that's changed. And so we're starting to add those programs back in Americas. We're going to start back. We had the masonry program a decade ago. We're opening it back up in January. We're also looking at expanding programs in Chris County at that satellite with precision manufacturing and taking diesel technology out there also. And this is also one of the colleges. We already teach some mining at a couple of our colleges, but we will be starting teaching mining operations there at South Georgia in Charlton County for a new company that's coming in there. And here at Southern Regional Tech, some of the new programs, we've developed a CNC program for Taurus that's coming into Bainbridge, and a tool and die program for Checkmate that's coming here. And so those two programs were started in January. Mr. Glass is already submitted and informed me that they're fixing to start welding, electrician, and automotive on Fridays and Saturdays here. It is going to be a certificate program because, of course, we have a non-traditional student for the most part. We teach over 31,000 high school students, but our average age is still 26. So it is non-traditional. And so we have to find ways, because these are working people who want to learn something else or improve what they do. So we are starting these Friday and Saturday classes there. We're no different than every other entity out there. We've got challenges. We've got challenges out there. There's a large population in the state of Georgia that doesn't have a high school diploma. One of the three largest areas we have, of course, is adult literacy. Right now, the only test that we have the GED test. Well, the GED test has been around a long time. We are the state administrator for that test. But people need to understand we do a lot more than just do a high school diploma. 91% of the adults that come to us read below an 8th grade level. Let me say that again. 91% read below an 8th grade level. 61% read below a 6th grade level. So everybody thinks, well, you do the GED. That is part of what we do, but it is only part. Adult literacy is huge. If we can take those adults that are reading on a 5th grade level or a 6th grade level, and we can move them up, the further we can move their abilities up, the more successful they're going to be in life, and the better job they can get. And so that is a major portion of what we do with adult literacy. And so that is a challenge. In rural Georgia, there are counties in rural Georgia that over 30% of the population does not have a high school diploma. So what we're fixing to start doing in January is we've been offering the GED. We're fixing to offer another type test, and the best comparison I can give you is a comparison between ACT and SAT. It's just a different style test. The second thing we're doing is even more important, though. We are fixing to come out with the high school equivalency diploma. Under statute, we're allowed to do that. We'll look at the background of that student, what courses they have already taken. Some students, and it doesn't matter what level, have trouble taking a test. And the GED, I wouldn't want to take it. It's 5 tests and it is tough. And so we're looking, and we're going to give them credit for what they've done in high school. We're going to make sure they meet that high school equivalency score that will be set. And our job doesn't just end there, whether they pass the GED or whether they pass the high set or they earn that high school equivalency diploma. If that's all we did, I feel like we'd be cheating them. The next step, before they leave our campus, we put them in a program. Our counselors work with them. We look at what they want to do, what they're interested in, what they can do, and we put them in some type of program that we have. Because that is what we offer everyone, a better life, a career. If we stopped with handing them a diploma with the ability that we have to train them where they can go get a better job that pays benefits, that's what we need to do. And so that's what we do. We have trouble in South Georgia. offering competitive salaries. It's hard to do. They can make more working in the industry than come teach for us. It's tough to do. We work on that all the time. The cost of our programs are expensive. You know what the cheapest programs we do? Give me a piece of chalk and a board and 28 desks. It is. You know, how much does a welding and joining technology class cost? Without the teacher cost, just that is over $1 million for the equipment. How much does it cost to do CDL? Everybody says, well, we can't find enough truck drivers. We need more CDL programs. Every single CDL program, between the pad that they have to have, the cost is right at $900,000. It's what it costs just to put it in before you even start classes. Industrial systems technology, which is so important. You know, these people can fix everything. Doesn't matter whether it's electrical, hydraulics, or whatever, they can fix it. At plants across the state of Georgia, people that have this degree start at $123,000. That's where they start. There's not many of them. It costs $363,000 to start it, to walk in the door. But try to find a teacher for $60,000 a year that's going to come teach it. Just mechatronics alone, they're not going to come teach it. They can make way up in six figures doing it, working it, earning it. So what solutions? You know, solution in South Georgia is education. The largest impact made in rural Georgia is with dual enrollment. It is with our dual enrollment. 80% of the students that go through dual enrollment go on to college. Not just us, a four-year college. 80%. What's that compared to? What if you don't go through dual enrollment? About 62%. Dual enrollment starts those students thinking between college and career academies, between CTA programs, and what we offer. You know, I was a high school principal a long time ago, and I was a superintendent a long time ago, in the 90s. And you know what we told kids? Here's what we told kids. Said, you got to graduate high school and get a four-year degree. If you don't get a four-year degree, you're going to have a rough time in life, because jobs will not be available. Guess what? We were wrong. We said with all the new technology, you're not going to have a job if you don't get a four-year degree. That's not true. What is true is they need education beyond high school. What has happened? What's happened is there's more jobs out there than ever before. But you have to have a skill set. You have to have something in hand. It doesn't have to be a four-year degree, but you have to have something. So what's one of the answers in rural Georgia? Get them through high school and push them to get another degree. They're going to be better off. Their families are going to be better off. Their earning level. My brother works for John Deere up in Illinois. And I asked him, how are they handling all this? What kind of equipment are they putting out? And he said, well, we're not really changing tractors a whole lot except the technology on them. You know, we teach that too when we have to. We have teachers that teach that because to run a tractor today, it isn't the same. When you can sit there and look at a screen and see how it's cleaning your seed going into the hopper, and you can handle it with a knob as you're driving that tractor, You got to have the skill set. And that's what we do. So that's one answer. Another answer, apprenticeship programs with small business. Our apprenticeship programs are probably our fastest growing programs. There's over 8,500 across the state. All 22 colleges are federally registered with the USDOL. We did that. We're the only system in the nation to do it. We did that so the companies in Georgia don't have to worry about it. We'll handle that for you. So we are sitting there, but apprenticeship programs are growing. In rural Georgia, doesn't matter the size, if you can just take on one apprenticeship. It's an 80-20 split. It's 80% in the plant, 20% with us. It's a good deal because what all's happening, not only are they learning the job, the skill set they need, but they're learning those soft skills too. They're learning those. They're making a commitment. So apprenticeship programs are huge. Mobile welding labs have been huge. We've got 4 of them across the state, and every one of them, you just appropriated the money 2 years ago, and they have been on the road. We had 17 students in Wilkes County that just got trained. Wilkes County, those students can't drive. They don't have transportation. We took it to them. One of those welding labs is down here right now in Valdosta. It's right here. So they're all across the state. But that helps us. We need an industrial systems mobile lab to take out, to go to rural Georgia to help out. Last answer for us is we need to be at the table. You know, not every business and industry that comes to Georgia goes through Georgia's economic development. They come straight to you. They come to the county commissioners, they come to the Chamber of Commerce, they come to the Development Authority. We need to be at the table. Sometimes people think, well, if we get this group and this group and that group, that's all we need. The number one question they're going to want to know is where they getting their workforce from. It doesn't matter the size. That's what they want to know. So if you know that companies are coming in, you need to make sure that Jim Glass and his people are there. You need to make sure that Tina Anderson is there, or Glenn Dybert is there, or wherever you're from. Ray Perrin. We need to be at that table because we need to find out what they need so we can start adjusting, or maybe we already have it, but more than likely we're going to have to adjust something. But we can do it. So that's us. I hope I answered the questions that you sent me. Yes, ma'am.
Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Arthur, for your presentation. And thank you for hearing my cry to add a mortuary of science program at Columbus Technical College. I'm so excited about that.
We do mortuary too.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Chairman McCall. I know you had some help with that. Thank you. But one of the things that I have found that's been a real concern for me over the years, the certificate programs, Weldon and all those, it's my understanding that for a certificate program, in terms of funding or assistance to students, the only funding mechanism that's available to them is the grant, the HOPE grant.
The HOPE Career Grant? HOPE Grant.
The HOPE grant,
Right.
not the Pell Grant. For a certificate program that they are only eligible for a HOPE grant. And the HOPE grant, in most cases, does not cover all expenses for a certificate program such as welding and others. And what I've found is that when students, they don't have the funding to continue those programs, they end up dropping out of the program. And that's is what's offered in rural communities, you know, like in Taylor, for instance. We're affiliated with South Georgia Technical College. So in order for a student to have access to the Pell Grant, which will pay for a diploma or associate degree program, they have to travel to that actual campus, the main campus. But in order for the services to be offered in the small rural community of Taylor, it's only going to be a certificate program, and the hope is all that is available for a certificate program. So I'm trying to figure out what can be the solution for that problem. Because oftentimes in these small communities, people don't have transportation to get to Americas and those larger facility, communities like that. So has there been any discussion about that and what we can do to, because I'm willing to help in any kind of way to address that, because that is certainly a big problem that I've recognized over the years.
One of the things that we've completed the first 10 programs in September that were passed by the board, and we have made our certificate programs stackable credentials, where we had a few of those going in, but if they are getting certificates, they're really we can put them in a diploma program where they will earn those certificates all along. But they are, the important part is the way the Pell is set up. It has to be a diploma or an associate degree. To bring the diploma program to Taylor County, it's very difficult to bring 7 different certificate programs there because of the cost and because of students, because of the cost of the instructor, then it depends on what it is. But it's difficult to do, and we understand the problem. By making it stackable, that'll make more of those certificates that they earn along the way eligible for the Pell. But that's, right now, that's, it's to move a diploma program somewhere where you may have 5 students in it, we can't afford to do it. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And we offer it 30 miles away, and I know transportation is a problem.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
What you were saying is that you're coming up with something new, though, where if you say they're stackable, that
Go
well,
ahead.
is what they're getting in her county, when it changes, would be under the diploma program, so they would be eligible for it?
If that person signs up for the diploma program, yes, they would be. And then those certificates, they'll still earn all the certificates going in, not just a diploma.
But what if they just get that first one like they were getting?
If that's all they're doing, they will not be eligible. But we don't make that decision. That's a Pell federal grant.
Okay.
Chairman Corbett. Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. You said the companies, they need 55% of their employees need a mid-skill set. We're providing 43%, so there's 12% gap.
Right.
How are the companies filling that gap now? Are they hiring, bringing them in doing on-the-job training? How are they making up that 12% gap?
Working with us, we see more and more companies pulling students into our school. I mean, we're one of the few systems in the nation that's actually growing at this time. And so the only way we're going to close that gap, there's 2 areas in Georgia that is pulling from high school. When you look at what students do between 18 and 25 in the state of Georgia, there's a lot of them that are working a minimum level job and they don't have the skill set. So we're both working together to pull more and more. And right now they're bringing them on and training them on the job if that's what they've got to do. We see that also. But they're spending years doing something. They don't want to do that. It's costing them money when they have to do that. And it's better to send them to us. And sometimes we're going into the plant and we're training them at night after they get off work, and they're paying for it. That's where these apprenticeship programs are going in.
Okay, a follow-up question. The dual enrollment you talked about, what percentage of your increase enrollment is due to dual enrollment?
Ooh, I don't have that
Do you
number.
have that?
The majority of it.
Majority of it
Yes,
is
sir.
dual enrollment. It's a great program. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a good deal.
I'd say the majority of it is
And
dual
then-
enrollment.
Then one other comment, the timber harvesting program you have over at Coastal Pines.
Yes, sir.
Over in Waycross. Dominic, we went over there and they had a field day where they actually had them out in the woods on the skidders and cut down machines and stuff like that. Great program, and those kids there graduate and they've got a job waiting on them. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Touched on this workforce development and a ready workforce and that sort of thing, and I know our Quick Start program here is probably the envy of the nation, one of the very best. But my question is this, and you mentioned about if an industry comes and talks to a community or even the Department of Economic Development, they may have specific needs that they would need for training. And my question to you is this, are you able to meet these needs? We heard earlier one of the communities that they needed a CNC program and they didn't have it and said, we'll start it for you, but most of the industries want what's available right now that they can do. Do you have the resources, and by that I mean the funding, if a community or a particular area comes to you and says, we're talking to an industry and they need XYZ program, do you have the resources to be able to do that or not?
What we usually end up doing is we'll move CNC machines from places, which isn't the best thing, but do we have the resources? We get a little over $4,000 a student just in our credit programs. We don't earn anything for non-credit, so we struggle with the resources to move them around. We find a way. We actually, in order to fund the CNC program that Southern Regional's putting in for the company and the industrial systems, we actually basically took a total of $1 million from all of our colleges to fund that so that we could offer that.
So the short answer is no, you really don't have enough resources. Thank you.
We were talking about Pell Grants, and I know that Georgia left a lot on the table last year about Pell Grant money.
You're talking about Pell Grant or workforce development?
No, I'm talking about Pell Grant now.
Okay.
And a lot of Pell Grant money was gone unused in this state, as in other states. And so there's a move federally to try to change the application on Pell Grants. The application is just terribly long. Do you think that while we're working to get the federal government to change the application some, that maybe we could do some tweaks to the Pell Grant through our Congress so that they would pay for things like certificate programs, not just degree programs?
That would absolutely be worth it to try to get them to tweak it. I mean, we would support, when the point that Representative Bentley made, I mean, it is absolutely true, and it does stop a lot of students who aren't going to be able to travel the 15 miles. We can't take every program to every building. But if the Pell Grant was there, the Pell Grant would provide some daycare, it would help provide transportation, it would help provide a lot of things for them. So yes, it'd be worth working on that.
And there is a website that you can go on, and it tells you how many counties in Georgia took advantage of the Pell Grant. And at the National Conference of State Legislators, they asked us to talk to our congressman about making some changes in the Pell Grant.
We need to do that.
Thank you.
Chairman Smith.
Over here.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned it, but just briefly go into more detail about the U.S. Department of Labor approval for our apprenticeship programs. I know in Coweta County, we are now able to offer international apprenticeship programs for our international companies, and that's a big change, and we're the only state in the nation doing that. Just expand on that a little bit.
We have what's called an apprenticeship with the Germans, and it's a German apprenticeship program. It's modeled. It didn't change our curriculum. It changes the order some of those programs are taught, but students that go through that program are able to go to Germany for the companies that they work for. They can work in Germany. It's recognized there. It's recognized here. Our Department of Labor apprenticeship program, a student from Georgia can take it anywhere in the nation, and it's recognized. We have about 32 students, it looks like right now, in that program, had our first graduates out of that, but it is a 2-year apprenticeship program that we work with the German Chamber on. And a lot of those students, I say a lot, it's really not a lot. Some of those students go straight to work, and some of those students are going on to a 4-year degree. A lot of our students are moving on to a 4-year degree. And when you look at the skill level of what's needed in the state of Georgia, you're looking at somebody who has learned the applications, they learn what metal feels like, how to move it, how to turn it, and then they go get the theory. And those will be some of the most skilled people in the state of Georgia when they're finished.
Thank you. It's a big step forward.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Yeah, just real quick, Commissioner. You know, this is my fault, but a couple years ago I dropped a bill that would address the teacher pay issue a little bit. It would allow industry to endow positions within your organization. Is that something I probably need to follow up on, or I don't know if it was before your time or right in there? Was that something that would help? Because you mentioned earlier, having a hard time paying, the pay disparity.
Wiregrass for a master's degree in a program pays less than $50,000 a teacher. So any help would be helpful. Would that help? We do work with industry, quite a bit on some things we can't provide, but we are, when you look at anything from even working with Delta, it doesn't matter where you're at and look what you can hire, but yeah, anything
We need to
help.
work on that.
Anything to help.
Yeah.
I'd
Last
like to see
question,
it.
Commissioner. I know we got to keep moving. And this may be happening, but do you have a lot of partnerships where we bring a lot to the table? Are there situations where they're bringing truck driving, for instance, where they provide the truck and the trailer and bring it on campus, and they don't run all their trucks all the time?
Yeah, absolutely. Southern Ag gave us one at Albany Tech. We've got Swift up in the West Georgia area that not only provides the trucks, they built the pad. So we have quite a bit of that. We have quite a bit of communities that are saying, hey, we've got this need, we'll fund it.
So even as these new programs and all this new technology stuff, they're willing to provide
Absolutely.
Equipment so that you can train them and
Absolutely.
put it,
Because,
okay.
I mean, sometimes, especially for non-credit, we walk in the door and we just say, we can do it, we can train it, we can teach it the way you want it, but we need some help with equipment.
Okay.
And they'll come, most of the time they come to the table.
All right, last one.
Follow up on what you asked, Mr. Chairman. That timber harvesting program, John Deere had $2 million worth of equipment on that job for 3 weeks or something. I forget how it was, but
3
it
weeks,
was
full
cut-down
time.
machines, skidders,
Yep.
all of that, and just letting them use it, and then they take it back after
Yep.
it's over, and I guess they have to sell it used after that or whatever, but they're bringing a tremendous amount of money
Yeah.
to the table in some of these type programs.
South Georgia, the two programs I mentioned, the diesel program, diesel technology with Caterpillar and John Deere. John Deere and Caterpillar put brand new equipment on that campus every 6 months. Brand new, top of the line. They're working on the exact same engine that's being built.
Good deal. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate
Yes,
what
sir.
you're doing in rural Georgia.
Thank you.
All right. Ben Cowart, you want to run up here? Got GIFA next.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the council. I'm Ben Cowart. I'm External Affairs Manager at GIFA, and I have Amanda Carroll here with me. She's a Senior Program Manager for our Water Division. Today, we're going to give you just a brief overview of some of GIFA's loan programs and eligibility requirements. We are a state authority, and since our inception have done more than $4.5 billion in low-interest loans and funded more than 1,600 projects throughout the state. Our eligible borrowers include cities, counties, local water and sewer authorities, and state and local authorities created by the General Assembly. A few numbers I want to point out is just in this last fiscal year alone, GIFA was able to provide reliable water, wastewater, and solid waste services to over 1.8 million Georgians. Local governments using GIFA financing saved an estimated $46.6 million in interest cost over the life of a 20-year loan. And we provided financing to 69 communities totaling over $266.5 million. That was just in this past year. So GIFA operates three revolving loan programs. One is state-funded, two are federally funded. Do want to thank the legislature for the appropriations bonds that we received through that process, especially on the federal funding side, because there is a state match required, and if we didn't receive those through appropriations, that would be passed down to the local borrowers, many of which are already struggling to be able to afford to do the infrastructure work that they need to do in their communities. So our state-funded loan program is the Georgia Fund. Through the Georgia Fund, we can do eligible projects include water projects such as drinking water, distribution and treatment, water quality projects, your sanitary sewer, stormwater, water conservation, and solid waste. Most importantly, though, because these are state-funded and don't have as many hoops to jump through as the federal loan programs, we're able to do our emergency loans for communities that have issues with maybe their water supply or threat to public health, and we're also able to do projects that help support economic development. Our two federally funded loan programs are the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. The drinking water does just as it sounds. It is drinking water projects, treatment, transmission, distribution, source, storage. Our Clean Water State Revolving Fund is going to be any of your sanitary, sewer, and stormwater projects for municipalities. That can be the construction or the treatment of those. And our current loan rates are right here on the board. We have GIFA indexes our low interest loan rates off of Georgia's AAA state bond issues. The rates are fixed through the life of the loan, and the rates stay as what they are determined when the GIFA board approves that loan for the community. Current benchmark rate is 2.44%. There is no local match required, as I mentioned, because the state provides that match. Our drinking water and clean water state revolving funds, those are the federally funded programs. We provide a little extra incentive with a lower interest rate because those do require a few more regulations because they're federally funded. Now, through our federal funds, we have some money that's available for what we call principal forgiveness, which is a portion of the loan that the community will not have to pay back. And I'm going to let Amanda take over from here and kind of talk to you about how we award that principal forgiveness.
Thank you, Ben. The affordability project that GIFA undertook this past year is something that's very near and dear to my heart, being from a small town here in southwest Georgia. And I can say the town because y'all would know, Baconton, but when I'm in Atlanta, it's a small town outside of Albany. So we use MHI, unemployment percent, and population trend to score communities for eligibility for our affordability and our principal forgiveness. We contracted with the Environmental Finance Center through UNC to create an affordability tool, which there's an example here that you see in front of you. The EFC took census data for all communities in Georgia to create percentiles for MHI and unemployment percent. And using these percentiles, we were able to give out principal forgiveness to more disadvantaged communities that really needed it. Previously, before this, we gave a maximum of 20% principal forgiveness for the projects for communities with a max of $500,000. With this new tool, excuse me, for our drinking water program, there were some communities got 50% of their project in principal forgiveness. and some got 45%. Our max was $1 million for some communities, which I'm super excited about. $1 million for a community is really huge for a project. And then some got $750,000, depending on what their score was for their affordability. In doing this, it will spur the community to get much-needed infrastructure projects constructed and safe drinking water for that community, which is a big, huge public health issue. My example here is Funston, which we just actually took to the board at our August board meeting. They got 35% principal forgiveness because they scored an 8 out of 12. They got a 10-year loan at 0.5% interest rate for 10 years. And that's really good for a community that only serves 214 customers. But here's the example. Their MHI was 25,000. Their unemployment percent 4.7%, and the average population change, which they only got 1, was actually increased by 6.06%. But that's just a brief overview of our affordability tool and what we use for our principal forgiveness. We just started it this year, super excited about it. We just did a call for projects for our next solicitation for principal forgiveness, so something definitely brand new that we're really excited about.
Okay. I guess I'll get started, because this was something that happened just this past year on that principal forgiveness.
Yes, sir.
So, and we kind of goes back to what we talked about yesterday with some of the tier rankings and how communities receive the tiers with poverty and some of the assessments that we use. So Norman Park was denied principal forgiveness, which is a community of like 1,200 people, for a $5 million loan that EPD said they needed to upgrade their sewer system. But yet Athens-Clarke County received principal forgiveness to buy land. And I'm just still trying to process how we have a community like Athens that gets principal forgiveness money and a loan for land when we have a lot of other avenues to obtain land and conservation. But yet we have small communities in rural Georgia that when one person moves in or out of that community, it changes the direction and throws them out. And we saw that yesterday when we were talking about tiers. How can we fix that to where they have a more level playing field to be in that game? Because I don't think that was right.
I understand your frustration with that. It's based on the census data that is publicly available for everyone, and according to the MHI and the unemployment percent for Athens-Clarke County, it wasn't just Athens, it was Athens and Clarke County was both taken into consideration for the scoring. They scored within the area to receive principal forgiveness. And with principal forgiveness, we get a grant, the capitalization grant each year from EPA. And a percentage of that grant we have to give out for subsidy. So we go down the list until it runs out. And it was a possible score of 12 that people could get, and we went down to a 7 and was able to give the more principal forgiveness. And it could change this year. It really depends on who applies. And I've actually already talked with the engineer for Norman Park, and I have encouraged them to apply again this year because we might not have any 10s or 11s. It might be 6s, 7s, 8s, and 9s, and they could get principal forgiveness this year. It changes every year. And we are trying to be open and transparent with everything that we do, and we felt using the MHI unemployment percent and population change from the census data, where everyone could go online and look at it, was the fairest.
And is that the only way? I mean, we're putting 1,200 cities with 1,200 people and competing with cities with 120,000 people in population, and you say it's the fairest way. Is that the best way to do it? Is that the fairest way to do it? Do we need to look at something else? How do we help those smaller communities in the more rural parts of the state that don't have the tax revenue and the ability to do some of the things like buy land?
Well, there's always more than one way to skin a cat. We are open for suggestions and how best to do it. We just started looking at it this way, and we've actually always used MHI and unemployment percent and population trend. And this way we're able to use those with that tool to really drill down to those with the really low MHI, the really high unemployment percent, and the population trend. I mean, we were able to give 50% to some folks that had an MHI of $18,000. So,
Follow up. Yep. And I've been thinking today and yesterday too, we've talked about internet, I guess, today, especially in broadband. Y'all are loaning money for water, sewer, and a lot of other economic development things. Is it something to think about? Do we need to have an opportunity proposed to loan money for broadband infrastructure within the funds that you have? I mean, I was looking at y'all's financial highlights. Y'all got a lot of money and you're making a lot of money. I saw $85 million, but don't know. I'm just throwing that out there for something for y'all to think about to help us. If y'all got, is there an opportunity there?
I believe that would take a constitutional change in our statute for us to be able to loan for broadband, just the way we're set up.
So that would be, I mean, I think we've heard it today. We got a lot of communities that want to grow broadband.
But while you have a trench open laying that sewer line or that water line, you can throw a piece of conduit in it and keep on rolling. So I'm actually really excited about that too. We have the Appalachian Regional Commission projects up in North Georgia that we are a registered state basic agency for, and one of my projects is for the town of Cohutta. And while they're running their sewer, they also throw in a piece of conduit in the trench to run broadband to the town of Cohutta. Dalton Utilities is doing that. So I'm super excited about that. I could talk about that all day as well. But I think that's something that can definitely be looked into. I think is a great opportunity for communities. And I know Monroe County was up here talking earlier. We did a water project for them a while back, running water out throughout their county. At that point, we could have thrown some conduit in there as well. You know, that was several years ago where it wasn't a big push, but that is something to definitely look into. And we have about a $300 million capacity at GIFA to loan out funds.
I'm not sure if y'all were here yesterday, and we looked at a map, and it showed the average income of different counties, and I referenced Baker County. Mm-hmm. And it had the average income of the people in Baker County. I think it was those jobs was 41,000, or I can't remember the exact total. But I don't know if you've ever visited. You know, you're familiar with Baker County.
I went to Mitchell Baker.
Okay.
I'm familiar.
Okay, and you know the average. That is not the average income of median income of a household down there. You could take out two big landowners down there, two big. And it would change the whole demographics. And I think the same thing is true in Norman Park. And you're not getting the real average income of the real people down there. And I'd like to see the affordability assessment too on Norman Park. Is that public record?
It can be. I mean, everything we do is open record. So, I mean, it can be.
So you have this on Norman Park?
Mm-hmm. We took.
Now, when you talk about census data, what year census data do you use?
For this one, it was 2016, because when we put the tool together initially, that was what was available. And then this next go around will be 2017, because that's what's available.
Okay. And do you do free and reduced lunches? Does that take into effect?
It does not.
And that's, okay. And a lot of times we go on free and reduced lunches on a lot of different milestones about things, because that really represents the households that are there. Mm-hmm. And I find it very, very hard to believe. And I've visited Norman Park and lots and lots of times that they did not qualify for this. I can't imagine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
And I'd like to see the papers.
Patty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask, I'm not really sure this is a question for you or for DCA, but I know Commissioner Nunn is coming back for it. I have in my district, I have a resident who's having some really bad sewer problems. And apparently, the city is not in a position to apply for another CDBG right now because they've just been awarded one for another project. Do you have any suggestions of anything? Can GIFA offer anything to the city and they already have an existing loan with you?
Mm-hmm.
And they've already applied for funding with just recently been awarded funding from DCA. I'm just trying to figure out what could be available to help this one resident in this community. It's in this city, and they don't have access to city sewer. But she's having a really bad problem with her septic tank, and she really wants access to city sewer. Do you have any suggestions of something I can offer to her or to the city perhaps? Because I don't know of anything.
Does she have, is the issue, there's sewer there, she just can't pay for the tap fee? Or
There's not sewer in that area.
There's no sewer there?
In that area at all.
We
No, but it's in the
actually-
city, but no sewer in that area. Everyone in that area have hooked onto a septic tank.
Septic tank. We actually just did the initiative where if you are extending sewer line to get rid of septic tanks, it's now a conservation project, and you get a 1% interest rate reduction. So on a 20-year loan, instead of 1.94%, it could be 0.94%. But anything for just a citizen, GIFA does not have anything for them. But I'm trying to think of any other programs, and I can't right off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
I couldn't either.
But I
so
can get back to you on that.
Okay, please, because I couldn't think of anything. I just thought I'd ask to see maybe you all have.
There's something called the Georgia Funders Forum. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. I can send you more information where all the funders get together, USDA, DCA, and talk about potential projects and our programs that are coming out and who can help what. And there's an email listserv that I can send that question out to see if anybody knows of any programs.
Good.
So I can do that for you if you'd like me to.
Sure, thank you.
All right, well, thank y'all. If you will, can you go back and think about that and work on those few things for us? And if you think of anything, just stay in touch with us on that as we go forward.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, who we got next? Commissioner Chris Nunn. Come on down.
Once again.
I mean, man, you must work a lot, Commissioner. Oh, is this Rusty? I'm sorry. Opportunity zones. My bad. I'm using an old agenda. Go ahead, Andrew and Rusty. Y'all have at it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. We are going to take a few minutes to talk about two programs that are very commonly confused, misunderstood, but are valuable tools that exist within the state through a state program and a federal program. The two programs both serve very important purposes, but they look about as similar as Chairman Watson's tractor that you saw last night and the lawnmower that sits in my garage at home. They both move from place to place. They both have a job that they serve, but the uses of them and how they come together to help folks do their job is very different. So we're hoping that we can explain that a little bit as we go through this presentation. I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about the state opportunity zone that's been in existence for about a decade. What the state opportunity zone does is provides tax credits for business enterprises in less developed areas. What we're doing with the state opportunity zone is looking at a very granular level. This is at a community level down to parcels. And we're looking at areas where there is poverty, there is underdevelopment, there is blight. Those are factors that are very important in this. In seeing that, it is truly a redevelopment tool. It's less of a recruitment tool that you can go out and put somebody in a brand-new industrial park, because these underdevelopment and blighting influences have to be present within the state opportunity zone. These zones can be designated in census block groups that have poverty of 15% or greater. So that's a prerequisite there, that you have that poverty existing, as well as some kind of redevelopment plan. It can be enterprise zones at the local level. It can be an urban redevelopment plan, and that urban term should not be confused through this conversation as requiring a metro area. So those are the basic premises there within the state opportunity zone. But again, it's tax credits that go to businesses that are creating at least 2 jobs within these designated areas. I'll pass it over to Andrew. He's going to talk a little bit about the federal opportunity zone and share some of those differences.
Thanks, Rusty. Unlike the State Opportunity Zone program, the Federal Opportunity Zone program is just that. It's a federal program. It was passed as part of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017. It really went into effect in the latter part of 2018 and really didn't start to get used until 2019. Unlike the State Opportunity Zone program, the federal program is not a tax credit in the traditional sense. What it is it is an incentive for investors to make investments into these federal opportunity zones that states have designated, with a lot of guidance from the federal government on how you go about doing the designations. The benefits that are realized by the investors are essentially threefold. First, the money that is used to put into these funds has to come from capital gains. So you have to sell an asset or a security, realize capital gains, and subsequently put it into the Opportunity Zone Fund. By doing so, the investors get to defer the capital gains taxes that they would otherwise owe under federal law. That deferral can go all the way out to December 31st of 2026. That's the first benefit that exists. The second benefit is that the program, if you keep your money in a fund for a certain amount of time, that tax liability can be reduced by up to 15%. So rather than owing 100% on your tax, on your capital gains, you would owe 85% of whatever the tax value is. The third benefit, and this is really the most attractive benefit that exists, is that if an investor keeps his or her money in a fund for 10 years, then any appreciation that occurs from that investment over that 10-year period is 100% tax-free. So if I took $100,000 and I invested it into a fund and kept it there for 10 years, and then when I wanted to pull it out after 10 years, it was worth $500,000, well, that $400,000 difference there is completely tax-free. There's no taxes that are paid on it. Looking a little bit to the criteria on how zones were designated, unlike state opportunity zone programs, the federal program requires one of two things. One is that it has to be a census tract that is within or adjacent to a poverty level of higher than 20%. Alternatively, you can designate low, medium family income areas, and that's defined under the new market tax credit. The federal government requires that states only designate 25% of eligible zones. So as we move into the next slide, we'll take a look at where these zones exist across the state of Georgia. You can see that they're basically, the blue is where those zones exist. So as I mentioned earlier, the federal government set forth requirements on how states go about looking at this process. So states first had to start by counting the total number of census tracts. In Georgia, we've got 1,969. From there, you have to apply the criteria that I previously discussed. So poverty has to be greater than 20%, or you can look at the low median household income. From that, you can identify which census tracts are actually eligible to be designated. So in Georgia, out of our 1,969 census tracts, 1,038 are technically eligible, meaning they meet one of those two criteria, so a little over half. The third stipulation that exists is of eligible census tracts within a state can't designate more than 25% of those census tracts. So when you take 25% of 1,038, you're left with roughly 260 census tracts that Department of Treasury asked us to round up. So that number is actually a little bit lower, but we were allowed to round up to 260 census tracts. So the question then becomes, of those 260, how did the state go about designating which census tracts were eligible for the Federal Opportunity Zone program? It really comes down to data. And the two things that we really looked at, and if you look at the maps here, you can see that the poverty rates tend to be highest across the swath of the state from Augusta and Macon and Columbus down south. Likewise for median household income. You can see that median household income, the lower the household income is represented by the lighter shade of green and that off yellow color. So you can see that same zone exists kind of across the state for median household income. So really what was done was we looked at census tracts where the highest level of poverty existed, and ultimately those were the census tracts that were designated. Now, one thing we're looking at now, just to provide a little bit additional clarity there, is that we're looking at the county level here, right? We're not looking at the census tract level. We would have loved to have been able to show you a map that kind of delved down to the census tract level, but unfortunately with nearly 2,000 census tracts, it's not really realistic to do so. So in and around Atlanta, you can see that it appears from the county level that the poverty levels and the median household income may be high. But if you delve down to the census tract level to see those zones that were actually designated in and around Atlanta, they're census tracts that have some of the highest poverty rates and some of the lowest median household incomes. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about how the program works. I mentioned previously some of the incentives that exist under this program. I like to think of it as a vehicle that is intended to drive capital gains investment to these opportunity zones. So think about a car, full of money that's going to drive to a federal opportunity zone and is intended to kind of park that investment within that community. There are approximately some interesting statistics here. There's approximately $6 trillion of unrealized capital gains that exist right now. To put that number into perspective, the federal government's 2019 expenditures were approximately $4.4 trillion. So the amount of unrealized capital gains is significantly higher than the entirety of this year's federal budget. And the idea is that the federal government wants to be able to have investors take those capital gains and invest them in these communities where these zones have been designated. So the way to do that is through an Opportunity Zone Fund. And the federal government has set up this program such that anyone can create a fund. It really just requires self-certification and the completion of an IRS form. But you have to fund it with capital gains. So you need to identify investors who have capital gains, who are willing to take those capital gains and park them in these federal opportunity zones. Once the zone has been created, it can invest in any qualified opportunity zone property. That can be an asset, it can be a business, it can be real estate with some restrictions. So, the business itself has to operate primarily within the zone. And if you have a piece of land, the federal government has required that there be what is defined as substantial improvement to it. So you can't just invest in a vacant piece of land, wait for it to appreciate, and make your money that way. The federal government's really trying to create investment and building out these federal opportunity zones. So looking at the next slide, this is designed to provide an overview of what the state has done to date to try to support this program. Keeping in mind that it's a federal program, we had very limited ability to do much other than to designate the zones. But we felt that our role here was really one of education. So to date, we've convened 4 workshops across the state: Albany, Atlanta, Statesboro, and Rome. And at these workshops, we have had industry professionals come and speak to communities, A, to provide an overview of how the program works, B, to make sure that people aren't confusing the federal program and the state opportunity zone program because the names are so close, even though they're very different programs. And we've had these industry experts also educate communities on how they can market assets that exist within their communities. So, for example, communities that have zones that are designated, if they have specific assets that are within a zone, how can they get the word out to investors? How can they market these assets? Again, we've participated in numerous sessions hosted by other organizations and communities, but I think one of the most important things that the state has done, in addition to hosting these workshops, is that DCA has launched a website that is an interactive map that A, shows you where these zones are across the state, but then more importantly, it allows anyone to add assets to the website. So for example, you can enter in an address on this website. It will tell you whether that address falls within or without a zone. And if it falls within a zone, you can submit an investment opportunity. So if you own a parcel of land that falls within a zone and you have a vacant building that you're looking to rehabilitate, you can enter details about that, and you can upload photos, and you can provide an overview of how you anticipate that building being rehabbed through this program. We believe that it's important to promote that website and to get as many assets as we can into that website so that investors, prospective investors, know about these opportunities that exist across the state of Georgia. Finally, we've provided a limited amount of technical assistance to the general public. This program is it's very complicated, and it requires expertise from the legal side and from the accounting side. And so where we have not been able to provide the specific expertise, maybe when the general public requests it, we have put them in touch with industry experts who can help. Thanks, Russ. Here are a couple of examples that we've seen to date from this program. It's important to note that, as I mentioned earlier, this program just went into effect in 2018. The regulations that govern this program, the first set of regulations, were not released until the fall of 2018. Those regulations did not answer many questions that investors and business owners had. So a second set of regulations were released by the federal government in the spring of this year. It wasn't until the second set of regulations was released that we started to see projects pop up. And since then, here are a couple examples of projects that we've seen so far. I expect we're going to see a lot more of these as time progresses. But in Albany, there is the former Water, Gas, and Light Commission building. So there is currently being worked on as a $13.6 million mixed-use project with a boutique hotel and a data center in this historic downtown building. It's important to note that they stacked this program with other programs that were available. So there's an opportunity fund investment that's occurring, but then there's also a portion of the capital stack is coming from the new market tax credits. There's another example of a project in Statesboro. I won't go into too much detail there, and another project in downtown Gainesville. I know we're pressed for time. I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have about these projects when we finish.
Looking back on the state opportunity zones before we close, I want to share just a couple of things. And it's important to note as we talk about both the federal and the state programs, Department of Economic Development and DCA are working hand in hand on all of these activities. Andrew was talking about the joint workshops that have gone on, the technical assistance, the website. There's been interaction throughout the entirety of that project. When it comes to state opportunity zones, these are designated by both commissioners of Economic Development and Community Affairs. So the collaborative nature on this is important. We're working hand in hand to make sure that we're trying to move the state forward. The state opportunity zones look very similar to the less developed census tracts that we talked about in yesterday's presentation. There are a few nuances in there as far as job creation and businesses eligible, but fundamentally, they look very similar. And I want to make one point. If we talked about the Tier 1 benefits yesterday, you've got 71 counties across the state that are eligible for Tier 1 benefits. Those are the most lucrative benefits in the job tax credit program that we have in the state. So you drill down from that and you get to less developed census tracts, which are very close in nature to the benefits of the Tier 1 counties. You've gone from a county level down to a census tract level. The state opportunity zones take that even more granular to identify those areas of blight, and they're looking at those parcels, which average about 330 parcels per designation within the 154 that are active throughout the state. So you've got a tool for the very micro parcel level, you've got a tool for the census tract level, and you've got a tool for the county level that acts very similar in nature. With the opportunity zones, we had conversation yesterday about monetization. These are monetized through the ability to apply that to the withholding tax. So there's a capability within the state opportunity zone that's built in to address some of the conversation that we've talked about yesterday. And I will point out that as these are a redevelopment tool, many of these came out of the Great Recession. More than half of the existing opportunity zones that were designated got their designation during that time period. And as these last for 10 years in nature, 85 of those are going to expire by December 31st of 2021. What we hope to have seen through this is that those areas that were experiencing this disinvestment, the blight, the underdevelopment, they're going to have seen a change over the course of that 10-year period that's going to put them on new footing as they move forward, and that these tools will have been beneficial to them. So with that, we will close and entertain any questions that you may have, Mr. Chairman. That in particular, I think I know exactly where you're talking about. But the census boundaries were what had to be followed. It didn't have anything to do with a community or a lake or anything like that. It's where that census line was. And with the way the program was established, the 260 that Georgia got to establish were the 260 that are going to be eligible for the program. Unless and until Congress reauthorizes this, those are going to be the 260 census tracts that are designated.
Establish it just at a whim, or do they do it every other year?
So once designated under the federal program, a census tract is designated for a period of 10 years. So it would be 10 years from, I guess, the fall of 2018 when these initial designations were made. So 2028, I think, would be the next time that Georgia would look to see for a redesignation of existing zones.
And you noted that if it is adjacent, if the property is adjacent, however, there's no people there, there is no income there, but the county would be in excess of the 15%.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. That adjacent was part of the original designation. The eligible census tracts and those that were adjacent to them could have been part of the 260 that were designated. The process Georgia went through was to identify those census tracts with the highest poverty, and as that number got ratcheted up, certain census tracts were in and certain ones were out.
Thank you. Yeah. We'll eat catfish.
Just got one. I'll call it. Okay, looking at, North Georgia's pretty much unaccounted for, and I'm specifically looking at Murray County, Tier 1 county. None of it qualifies. But I do see some in Gilmer and some in Hall. It's just that, maybe I can figure that out maybe. But Why not? I mean, especially Murray County, it just seems like, because it is one of the poorer counties in North Georgia.
Sure, and that comes at a different level of looking at it at a county level and a census tract level. When you drill down to census tract by census tract, and I'll speak generally for Northwest Georgia. If you look at Northwest Georgia, their census tract poverty rate is far lower than where we sit right now in Southwest Georgia. And as the dial was ratcheted up to identify where the higher levels of poverty, the higher concentrations of poverty were, the result was certain areas did see a lesser number of designations than others within the state. But the way Georgia went about it was identifying those highest rates of poverty in the census tracts to designate those.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how Hall County fits in there, but, you know.
There weren't many there.
All right. Well, I think that's it. Appreciate it, Rusty.
Thank you, sir.
Andrew.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Commissioner Nunn, come on down. And just for the council members too, by the way, we have some, I think we've got some, we're running a little behind, we've got some Chick-fil-A box lunches in the side room over here as soon as we adjourn. Before you get on the road, or you can grab it and take it with you. Whichever one you want to do. Thought that might be helpful.
Ready?
Yes.
Good deal. So, thank you so much, and I'm here to talk briefly, and I know everybody's probably, or I imagine you're hungry, especially now that Sam is talking about lunch. So Georgia has a long history of regional planning, which is made possible through an established network of regional commissions, which are organizations that were created, a multi-county approach, to planning and development. And so I'm going to talk a little bit. I'm sure you're familiar with your regional commissions, but I'm going to try to go really quickly so that I can just entertain any questions that may be on your mind. It's kind of an interesting position to be standing here talking to you about something for which I'm not directly accountable, but which we are very intimately involved with. And I meet with the executive directors of the 12 regional commissions on a monthly basis because they are a very important partner to DCA. We've talked a lot about planning, and I mentioned the planning responsibility. Just two things to level set. If you look at the legislation creating the regional commissions exist and are created as public agencies and instrumentalities of their members. And they're created for a handful of purposes, but I distill this from the statute to function as a planning entity, to review applications from within the region for federal, state, or agency grants or loans, and really to promote regional planning and development. So with that background, let me talk a little bit about what we rely on the regional commissions for at DCA, and why, from the appropriations that you provide to us, we contract with each of the 12 regional commissions for planning services. So the first thing I mentioned, their planning responsibilities, and those include the comprehensive plan, which we have a direct relationship, and we work to train with them. Transportation plans, other GIS services that are related to planning. They also are, and just by way of information, so over the last 4 years, the regional commissions have prepared and submitted 205 comprehensive plans. That totals about 72% of the comprehensive plans that have been prepared in the state. 72%. So what about the other 28%? Well, a lot of our larger communities, might have some of that expertise in-house. But if you think about the region as a whole, it's the more rural communities, the smaller communities that don't have this expertise and that must rely on their regional commissions. Again, going back to DCA and what we rely on our partners for, plan implementation and grant writing, as well as administration. So looking back over the last 3 years, in each year, and I looked as a proxy at the CDBG program, which all of you are familiar with, over the last 3 years, our regional commissions have written between 50 and 60 CDBG applications, which actually resulted in about 45 to 50% of the successful awards. So there are some private grant writers out there that have made their way, but really many of our communities, again, particularly our more rural communities, rely on the regional commissions for their grant writing assistance, and we work with them to help improve them in that regard. I mentioned CDBG in our house. We talked yesterday about GIC and about CHIP, which is a funding program, a federal funding program, the rural zones, which y'all passed 2 years ago, and that has been a very successful program. Plan First, and then some EDA grants. The local government assistance is a little bit more customized, to the region in which each of the 12 regions. But this includes things like meeting facilitation, assistance with service delivery strategies, demographic research, and then even some kind of nuanced issues. I know a couple of years ago, River Valley, the region in kind of the southwestern central part of the state, stretching from Crisp County across to Columbus, they had an issue with a local city charter. They didn't have a lot of experience with that, but collaborating with their partners in Middle Georgia, they were able to pull in some assistance from the Regional Commission in Middle Georgia to help redraft that city charter. So lots of local government assistance, that takes place. And then that general being champions for regional cooperation. And I think this is an important point, but I'll move on. I will note that, I guess the pointer doesn't work. I didn't use that yesterday. There are a lot of other services that are not necessarily delivered by each of the 12, but that are delivered by many, and those include aging, regional transportation, workforce development, and other tools. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later when I talk about funding, but for the sake of time, let's move on. So from a member perspective, even though all of us here, from some of the regional commission members, comments like, I don't get anything out of my regional commission. And I think, probably all of us, including every one of the executive directors in the room, have probably heard that complaint. The data show something a little bit different, and I will tell you that this data that I'm sharing comes from the member survey that is conducted by the Department of Audits. So it's an independent survey that's conducted of all of their members. The annual response rate tends to be about 50 to 70% from the members. And it's interesting because you might say, well, what about the 30%? I drilled in, I looked back over 3 years of data, and it's not the same 30%. So, it's a fairly good participation rate. And really what I take away from this, and what I hope that you take away and that each of the 12 regional commissions takes away is that, at least in the eyes of our members, we're doing some things right. There's also a lot of room for improvement. And so I share that just as an FYI. And one of the things you asked me to talk about, you didn't have any real specific questions around regional commissions, but how can we improve? I think that the first thing that I would touch on here, and I talk about this with communities across the state when I'm meeting with them, especially when we're talking about grants and the like, encourage the communities to whom these regional commissions are accountable to be engaged. If they have an issue or a concern, engage with the executive directors, engage as part of the council, because that's how you make your region more effective, is to be engaged as opposed to being checked out and saying, I don't get anything out of it. A couple of quick examples about regional planning leadership, and I know that there are many, but I thought I would highlight a couple. In Chairman England, in your part of the neck of the woods, some water resource planning, the creation of a 4-county reservoir, several years ago. In Metro Atlanta, the Opportunity Zone perspectives, you just heard about the Federal Opportunity Zone program. The Metro Atlanta Regional Commission took a leadership role there and has really been a model that we've used around the state to show how do we leverage the Federal Opportunity Zone. Middle Georgia has done a lot of work around BRAC planning and encroachment, bringing in, helping to realize funding from Peach County, Bibb County, Houston County, Twiggs County, the cities all in, to ensure that Robins Air Force Base is well positioned. And I won't go on. I've mentioned regional transportation. Certainly the three regions that have T-SPLOS, the regional commissions play a significant role there. And we talked about the comprehensive plan. So as I touch on structure of the regional commissions, I would remind you that each of the 12 is different. There are lots of similarities, but each of the 12 is different. And we've had one-on-one dialogue about this, over time. The operating budgets of the 12 range from roughly $6 million on one end up to $84 million on the higher end. But in all of those cases, if you aggregate and you look across the board, the member dues that are contributed represent or account for about 5% of their total operating budgets. Well, where does the rest of the money come from? So those member dues are used to leverage other funding sources. So in the contract with DCA for planning services, in the contract with DHS for aging services, or in the contract with DOT for transit services. So they leverage those dues. And the reality is that the majority of the funding is cash flow. It's an operating business model. So, for example, with the planning services, we reimburse in arrears, quarterly, the services, the planning services that have been provided to Funston or to Colquitt County or to wherever across the state. And so if you come down here and look at the pie charts, which I didn't check my colors, so I'm a little nervous. But the orange on the left represents the percentage of the budget that comes from dues. The orange on the right represents this orange. The orange on the right represents the percentage of the operating budget that is devoted to planning. Now, if you go back to what I talked about the enabling legislation, fundamentally they're a planning entity, but they're generating a lot of their operational revenue, and they're delivering a lot of services that aren't planning. I would argue, again, you asked for recommendations, and what I'm about to say is certainly in an ideal state, and this is today is not the ideal time to think about this, but over time, we might want to think about how we enhance the funding for planning services. That's a legislative decision. Perhaps that looks like matching what the locals, contribute from a dues standpoint, because there is a lot of great work that is being done on the planning front. The last slide I'll talk to, and one that I think is really important, is to understand the governance model, because if you think about accountability, ultimately, if the regional commissions are accountable to their members, if they're instrumentalities of their membership, they are governed by regional councils, which have an enumerated list of powers, the first of which is to appoint and remove the executive director. And, oh, by the way, statutorily, they are required to do a performance review of that executive director on an annual basis, as well as all these other things that are listed on the screen. Now, structure doesn't equate to leadership, but let me highlight, and we've had some conversations about this. If you look at the regional councils today, the smallest of the regional councils has 35 members, and the largest has 60. And I think where this comes from is the fact that some of that operating funding that the regional commissions receive comes from EDA. And at some point years ago, because by the way, this was not how they were structured in 1968 when they were created, but some point decades ago, EDA put in very extensive requirements, which are now mirrored in our code, that say you've got to have representation from
EDA, what is that?
The Economic Development Administration, US EDA. So federal requirements now mirrored in the state statute that dictate how many members you've got to have from every city and every county and the like, but that adds up to a lot of people. I'm sure all of you serve on lots of organizations, and I think about this like my church. So years ago, I was asked to serve on the administrative board, and I went to the first meeting, and there were 100 people. Well, guess what? You don't feel very accountable when you're one of 100. And so I'm embarrassed to say, but I didn't go to many meetings. Years later, I was asked to serve on what in the Methodist Church we call the Staff Parish Committee, and I asked how it was structured. They said, well, we've got 3 members each in 3-year classes, so you've got 9 people. And I said, okay, I'll do that because I know that we're accountable for results. In order to drive some accountability, and many of you have actually suggested this, I think you could address the size of the regional councils to support the executive directors that are leading each of these 12 institutions, to encourage or to improve accountability and to encourage performance improvement in those areas on the slide earlier that we looked at that were yellow and consistently yellow, to encourage us to get better. So a couple of recommendations that I'll throw out, and now I'm happy to entertain any questions that you might have. And sorry I ran a little longer than I was aiming for.
Yeah, question? I was enthralled by your presentation. Go ahead, Chairman Corbett.
Or you were hungry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question goes the comprehensive plan that you're talking about here, and then earlier this morning was the Broadband Ready Community designation. They was talking about the comprehensive 5-year plan.
That's right.
That's taken care of. And Chairman Dickey, of course, he's gone. He and I were looking at the 118 that have been designated. There's still a lot of communities, cities, whatever, have not been designated as a broadband ready community. Who do we need to work with to make that happen as part of this planning?
So I would suggest 2 points of contact, and since I'm talking about the regional commissions, I would first encourage you to engage the regional commission. I would also offer up as a resource our regional representatives who are aligned with the regional commission boundaries, who can help you navigate both the regional commission relationship and DCA. The comprehensive plan, so in 2009, the comprehensive planning process was streamlined in order to make it relevant, but as least burdensome on particularly rural communities. At the time, there were only 2 elements that were required in the comprehensive plan. One of them was for you simply, every decade to sit back and assess your community strengths and weaknesses. And the other was to begin to envision what that would look like going forward. We stripped out as a requirement the other elements that were things like land use planning and the like. The broadband element that's listed, those 118, right, was added as a requirement by the legislature 2 sessions ago. Those communities have either already gone through, they during the intervening period have gone through the comprehensive planning process, or they have come back and said, we want to proactively amend our plan to include it. So if you talk to your regional commission executive director or to our regional representatives, they can help.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Ingram.
Would you just go back for just a second and touch on the funding issue? One of your slides had 5.7 million to 84 million, and just help everybody understand just a little bit better about the pass-through nature of a lot of those dollars, that a lot of them just basically the regional commissions work as a an arm for the federal government in a lot of ways to pass through a lot of those funds.
So Chairman England, I'm happy to attempt that, and I put this data together. As I said, you've got a number of executive directors of the 12 regional commissions in the room, and just like I'm responsible for running DCA, and I can get into the weeds in my budget, I feel a little bit disadvantaged trying to talk about somebody else's budget.
Well,
but at the high level, these entities are coming in contract, and let's just talk about with DCA. So each of the regional commissions, we execute an annual contract for planning services, and those contracts are approximately $160,000. Some of them are a little less, some of them are a little more. You know the budget well. It's roughly $2 million divided by 12. And in return for that contract, we require them to use some of that match or some of the dues to match those funds. And then they go forth and execute the services for the local community. What my understanding is in addition to DCA, they also contract with DHS, for a variety of services related to aging. They also, and again, that's not every regional commission is not the same. I believe, and I'm going to look back and see, I want to say that there are 10 of the 12 that provide aging services. On the transportation front, they would contract with DOT for the transportation funding, and I want to say that 8 or 9 of the 12 provide transportation funding, but in each of those cases, they are contracting with an entity like us to provide a service, and then they're executing on that and getting reimbursed for those services. So it's a little bit different than, it's not entirely different than some aspects of DCA, but at least on the state side, we get an appropriation and then we go and execute. They're an earned income model, right? So they engage in a contract, execute the service, get reimbursed.
Anybody else? So I guess I got a couple. On the planning part, I know we're appropriating money to you, and you've got people working on planning, and regional commissions are working on planning, and local governments are working on planning, and we're doing a lot of planning. What do we do with the plans?
Yep.
Do we actually go through with the plans? Do we put them in that's a bad plan, that's a good plan? As we go through them and they...
So that is a fantastic question, and it's really a good question that always should be asked. Yesterday, we talked a little bit about the GIFA program, which is a planning program. It is tantamount to the housing element of the comprehensive plan because it involves community input, and you saw some of the fruits of that planning. Last week, I was in North Carolina, and I met with a handful of their regional commissions, and it was fascinating. This was through the Appalachian Regional Commission. Chairman Jaspers, you're familiar with that. There was a small community in the most impoverished county in North Carolina, and they were so proud of the fact that through ARC, that they had the Appalachian Regional Commission, they had been able to create and establish a planning function which had helped them to envision, in a tiny town of 500 people, envision their future and then begin to execute against it and to get, urgent care in their community so they could provide medical services and the like. The communities that embrace planning as something other than a, textbook exercise get lots of benefit out of this. I spent 20 years before I came to the state working with companies. And there were some companies that would pay us a lot of money to come in and help them develop a strategic plan, and they would put it on the shelf. Quite frankly, every community I go into in the state, I'll pull their comprehensive plan to just see what's going on in the community. And I see some of that. I see some, something that looks like it was boilerplate and and it's thrown on the shelf. I also see the benefit of comprehensive planning, of broadband planning, in communities that take this as not just a perfunctory exercise, but something that's really designed to help make them better. So it's a mixed bag, Sam, honestly.
Gotcha. And then you kind of talked about the boards and how large they are, and how when it comes time for a meeting, they know how large they are. Well, there's going to be, 60 of them there. They don't need me,
That's right.
And
Where
they
they
are
need a lot of
called-
fried chicken. I mean, it's like,
Right, and they are called regional commissions, so I feel like right now they may have individual representation where maybe we do need regional representation instead of individual representation. So I think that's something we can continue to talk about just as a comment. And then on the services that they all provide, I was thinking about this, and I think we've talked about it as well. And the illustration I use is, there's a lot of money that they're obtaining pass through that they're utilizing to do a lot of the things in rural Georgia that we're trying to do. So how do we take some of those monies and do better in the rural regional areas of our state? And it's like, here we have a lot of elementary schools.
Right.
And it costs the same to operate the elementary school that has 800 kids as it does to have 250 kids. They both have to have the same infrastructure. And we have these regional commissions that they all have mapping people, they all have planning people, they all are doing the same things. I know y'all have consolidated one time in the past, but is that just something to think about, how we can better utilize the services between each other to make that money up there go a whole lot further on other issues?
So there were a lot of questions, and I think I can unpack, two. One on the latter piece about consolidation. There was consolidation several years ago. I've looked at, I think that many other states have kind of done the same, and for the reason of economy of scale. At the same time, you got to remember we've got a lot of counties, and so right now I think the regions range from 11 to 18 counties. I know because my regional reps cover that same territory. It's a lot of territory and a lot of communities to serve. So, I think you're probably right-sized on that front. But on the earlier point about how do we get better use out of our regional commissions to solve some of these issues that are, by their very nature, regional. Somebody said yesterday, workforce doesn't stop at the county line, right? Transit doesn't stop at the county line. How do we leverage the regionals? I'd go back to the first thing that I mentioned, which is engage. Don't disengage and point fingers, but engage, because these could be a very effective tool for addressing a lot of the regional issues and certainly the rural issues. So I don't know if I answered all of your questions, but just two comments.
Yeah. No. Patty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I just basically want to make a comment that I work with two regional commissions, River Valley and Middle Georgia, and they've done excellent work.
I'm sure they appreciate that.
They really have, and I'm really serious about that. They do great work, and I think a lot of what I've found to be concerning for me is how, in some cases, how disengaged our local elected officials are. And I think if they kind of just step it up a notch, then maybe things will be a little bit different. But the regional commissions, in my opinion, from my interaction with them, have done excellent work. And I just think these local folks can maybe consider doing a little bit more.
Anybody else? All righty. Well, I think that's it. If we think of something else, we know how to get a hold of you.
I know you do. So thank you.
All right. Appreciate it, Commissioner. If you will, leave your notebooks here, but you're welcome to take the papers out. We're going to suspend the presentation of our next two presenters.
He stuck around.
Unless he wants to talk about it, but I don't think he does. But anyway, thank y'all for being here. I think we've had a lot of good conversation, and just look for the emails and the update on our October meeting. And we do have lunch in the side room. Thank you.
Take all those apples with you too. I don't take them.